What's going on, Jared? What's going on, LaQueen? Jared, you starting out, man. You just starting out with it, ain't you? You said they talk about that Cooper Rush gonna put up 40. Man, we gotta stop this stuff. We gotta stop this stuff. Man, what's going on, Miss Matrix? We talk about Cooper Rush and 40 points. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Boy, these people are so bad. And you wonder why people don't like the Dallas Cowboys, man. Woo-wee. And we wonder why. Golly. Man. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Let's talk facts. Welcome y'all to the best pregame show on YouTube, at least in my opinion. We have a lot of things we're going to be discussing, a lot of facts we're going to be discussing. Of course, we're going to give a preview of the Cincinnati Bengals, Dallas Cowboys. We're going to go through a whole lot of stats. I mean, a lot of people don't understand you are what your record says you are, and that's the same for the Cincinnati Bengals. But you also are what your stats show you are. And we're going to look at these stats as it applies to the Cowboys and the Bengals, and we're going to make a lot of sense out of some of this crazy stuff. This crazy stuff that people are saying. I mean, man, this is absolute craziness. But, you know, it's like I said before, this is one of the reasons why, man, when people play this team, you better believe they get up to play this team. Because we say so many things. Our fan base, man, our fan base be out here talking just reckless, man. And so when people see us, they want to wreck us. They do. Jared says, I only think he'll struggle to get 20. I'm not seeing any explosive play from Rush. Well, we're gonna let the stats tell us everything, because they're not gonna lie to us. People are just grasping just how hard it is, or not grasping just how hard it is to get in shootouts with a noodle-arm quarterback. Man, and not just a noodle-arm quarterback. I mean, this dude, man, Burrow has been taking the best quarterbacks down to the wire, and even they have had a hard time beating this dude. What's going on, LaQueen? I had Dak Prescott here to tell me that Rush is good enough to drop. I still don't get this talk. I mean, this is ludicrous, man. I mean, we're literally talking about this man doing something that he basically hasn't done, and not understanding the team you have to do that, the turnovers that have to occur. What's going on, Miss Matrix? I said, I'm praying it's a bludgeoning like it was with the Lions, and the defense can hold up. Man, what's going on, Kirby? We going to the playoffs, OC. I'm telling you, this is the kind of talk right here. Super Cooper, what's going on, Jay Recruiter? This is the very stuff that make people hate the Cowboys, man. These aren't Cowboys fans. These are dang haters. Man, I'm telling us. Boy. Won't be 40. I honestly think it'll be 23 at most. Yeah, I'm telling you. And we're going to talk about that today. We're going to get into that whole pregame, the whole preview show of what we should expect, not based on people's emotions, but I'm going to show us based on the facts. What have the numbers been showing consistently with this team since Cooper Rush has been playing? You know what? Since he's been playing, even since 2022, we're just going to stick with the facts. We don't have to get in all that crazy stuff that these folks are getting into. We're going to listen to the Jerry Jones interview today. Jerry said something today that I thought was absolutely crazy, but it lets you into the mind of Jerry Jones. We're going to look a little bit at the Ben Johnson, Bill Belichick issue, and what this probably means for the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy. And I got a couple other predictions. And then we'll kind of look at this crazy thing about that they cornered Archie Manning today, and Archie Manning is at a bar, and I'm not blaming Archie Manning. They just get this man, and, you get this man, he trying to enjoy himself, and here they come talking about who you want your son to play for, and he just kind of spouts off something at the top of his head. But we're going to get into it. What's going on, Freddie? How's it going, my brother? Man, going pretty good for me. Let's get into this, man. Let's get into this. We got a lot to get into. Let's look at these. Let's go ahead and start looking at some of these things with the Cowboys with the preview show. Man, I'm rolling, man. We talking about 40 points. Man, that is not what we want. Trust me, that is not what we want. All right, let's get my buttons right here. All right. All right, I was doing some tinkering today. Y'all gonna have to excuse me. Hold on a second. All right, so we're gonna get into this pregame show today, and let's go ahead and get it going and look at the storylines. I want to look at the storylines of this game today. Y'all give me just a second. I'm telling you, I was playing around today. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Yep. Got it. All right. All right, so let's get into this today and start talking about what should we be expecting from the Dallas Cowboys. And so let's get to our storylines. So the storylines for me is I think it's going to be pretty apparent. Maybe people might not realize this, but I think Cincinnati may be in revenge mode. I think Cincinnati may be in revenge mode as it applies to the Dallas Cowboys. I think they are pretty perturbed that the Cowboys, and I've told us this before, man, I don't think we understand that these quarterbacks, man, they have egos. And I'm telling you, it is not sitting well with Joe Burrow or any of these guys that they were beat by Cooper Rush. I know some of us, we hold Cooper Rush in high esteem. But these quarterbacks do not like losing to somebody like Cooper Rush because he's a backup. He's a starting backup. That's what he is. And when they know they're better than these guys take a lot of pride in beating each other. And I'm telling you now, Joe Burrow would much rather be playing Dak Prescott. He would much rather be playing Dak Prescott because typically they want to go up against the best competition. But he don't mind going up against Cooper Rush this time because he remembers what happened the last time that they saw Cooper Rush and the Dallas Cowboys. I believe they're going to be in revenge mode. And I think another big storyline for this game is going to be Chase versus Diggs. And we're going to talk about this as we get into our injury report in just a moment. But I think another big storyline is going to be Chase versus Diggs. I'm telling y'all, Chase is in revenge mode. When a man comes out and admits that he's missed nights of sleep thinking about what happened when they played the Dallas Cowboys the last time, what Trayvon Diggs did, Joe Burrow and Diggs are going to be on a mission. Burrow and Chase going to be on a mission. They will be on a mission, and they are going to make sure that whatever they do, they're going to score points. They're going to be on a mission to score points. Freddie said, hold on a second, let me make another adjustment. Y'all got to excuse me. I've been messing around with this stuff today. Freddie says that Jerry is crazy like a fox. Let's see if we can get this fix this background on these things here. Freddie says Jerry, let's put that back up with what Freddie said. Freddie said Jerry's crazy, all right, crazy like a fox. You don't buy a team that's losing millions weekly and turn it into a team worth $10 million by being stupid. Yeah, Jerry. I got a theory on Jerry Jones going forward in 2025 and 2026. I kind of mentioned it before. But also, I think that we're going to see not only that, the matchup that we got to understand when we start looking at these stats, it's going to be Burrow versus the Cowboys defense and rush versus the Bengals defense. And so we're going to dig into some of the numbers because the issue becomes, who do you trust the most? Do you trust rush going up against Bengals defense? Because when we talk about defense, I mean, I know we're saying we've made a lot of improvements, and I do say that Mike Zimmer, I like a lot of things that he's done, but we have to realize that our defense is basically in the same spot where the Bengals defense is. So if both of the defenses are kind of one and the same, then who do you trust against those particular defenses? Because we've literally seen Joe Burrow go against top-ranked defenses this year. We've seen it. We saw him go against the Steelers. We've seen him go against the Ravens. We've seen him go against top-ranked defenses, and Burrow is literally the MVP of the league. The only problem is his losses. And his defense has been the main thing that's been giving up the ghost on him. And so that's why when we start talking about these things, I think we really have to understand, kind of what we are looking at here. And so when we think about this, at the end of the day, who do we trust? Are we trusting Burrow or Rush? And then the other question will be McCarthy in the run game. I'm really wondering if McCarthy will stay with the run game. That's going to be a huge storyline. And then we got in this game also, because we're going to be talking about Micah Parsons, I'm sure, in this game. But the issue is Parsons against the Bengals O-line and Hendrickson against the Dallas offensive line. And I'm going to show you something about this guy, Hendrickson. No one's talking about, I'm not going to say no one's talking about, but because a lot of us were so closed in the Cowboys world, there may be something we need to be looking at as it applies to this guy, Hendrickson, for the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm going to enlighten us on some things because I didn't even know some of these things that's going on with this guy. But this guy's in absolute beast mode right now. And at the end of the day, we're talking about the Cowboys playoffs, the playoff hopes. I don't even understand this playoff talk. I'm really lost on this playoff talk. I know it's good conversation, but I'm just not buying all the Cowboy talk. I'm not buying all the playoff talk. I'm just not buying it. What's going on, Troy? They're going to route Diggs up. Hey, they're going. I guarantee you, they're going to go after him. He's wounded right now. We don't really know what's going on with him, Troy. They're going to go after him, though. I promise you. What's going on, Paul Rodriguez? He said, mark my words, Bengals going to throw and right at Diggs, and they will be successful. Well, you know what? The Houston Texans did the same thing. We may not realize it, but they went after Diggs. I want y'all to think about how things have changed. They literally went after Trayvon Diggs. How crazy is that? Nobody was doing that 2 years ago. Nobody. What's going on, Janie? Nobody was doing that. Ice Wall Cowboy. Y'all hit that like, fam. Appreciate your Ice Wall. Man, I'm telling you, nobody was saying stuff like this about Trayvon Diggs a few years ago. It's crazy. Miss Major said it's not likely Mike McCarthy will stick with the run. And the question is, will the Bengals give him the opportunity to stick with the run? Because I'm telling you, the moment the Bengals start scoring points, if they score points, we'll talk about that too, will Mike abandon the run? Will he abandon the run? And so let's look at the injury report. This is a big deal. Zach Martin's gone for the season. I'm sure everybody knows that. It has been a tale of injuries for the Dallas Cowboys. Zach Martin is out for the season. He's had an ankle injury, and now kind of listening to Zach. I think he sounds like this is something that he's actually been struggling with the entire, even in training camp. So now it's starting to make sense how Zach didn't look like himself. He's getting beat on plays. It's just not Zach Martin. This dude is a tactician, strong, smart, and it just didn't seem right with him getting beat. But I think now we kind of know why some of these things were going on. DeMarcus Lawrence, let me tell y'all something. And I'm going to mention this later on when I talk about Zach Martin some more. Let me tell y'all something. DeMarcus Lawrence already said it. He said he is not going out like that. Y'all know what DeMarcus Lawrence is talking about, right? When he says he's not going out like that. DeMarcus Lawrence is saying that he's going to play after the Cowboys. He's not gonna retire or let the Cowboys dictate anything about his future. He is not going to play for them hurt. DeMarcus Lawrence has already made his determination. He's not going to play at 90%. He's not going to play at 95%. He's not going to play at 99%. DeMarcus Lawrence is not coming back until he is fully healthy. And I believe the Joneses are doing what they do. I'm starting to believe the Joneses do this to players. I believe they push them to play hurt. I think Michael Gallup came back too quick. Now his career is over. I think Trayvon Diggs might have came back just a tinge too quick. Don't think his career is over, but I think he's come back a tinge too quick. I think Dak Prescott, when I think about some of the injuries that Dak Prescott has had, I think part of it is Dak Prescott and part of it is them. But I think they like the fact that Dak pushes himself so hard to play through injuries. I mean, we're listening and talking about, Dak Prescott now talking about he's ready to get rid of the crutches already. Slow your roll, bro. Don't listen to the Joneses, listen to the doctors. And if it was me, I wouldn't necessarily, and I think he got this done by some of the best people in the country in New York. But if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm literally going to be listening to those guys. I'm not listening to the Joneses and all of the things going on around them. Dak has got to understand, unless he wants this to be his last 3 years in the league, which I don't believe it is going to be his last 3 years in the league. I think Dak is going to go on to play for someone else if the Cowboys decide to cut ties with him in 2028. Dak needs to be getting his body in tip-top condition. And not only get ready for the ferocious run. You hearing it from me first. I keep saying it. I believe the Dallas Cowboys will make a ferocious run at the Super Bowl in 2026. I'm not going to be surprised if they win the Super Bowl in 2026. The Cowboys will get a Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl, I guarantee you, in Dak's tenure. I guarantee you. And I think 2026 is going to be the run that they're going to try and make. But with all of that, Dak needs to make sure he gets his body together. Also, looking at the injury report, Tyler Guyton is dealing with an ankle and a knee. Did not practice. I got a feeling that Tyler Guyton, man, it might be a while before we see Tyler Guyton again. Guyton has got some things going on, and I think they don't mind experimenting with the line that they have going on. Hold on just a second, Royal. Let me get you in here with your head here. Oh, man. All right. Man. I was in here doing some tinkering today, man. Y'all got to excuse me. I went in here and messed up a few things. So let me. There it is. I see the problem. Okay. I see the problem now. All right. So Royal 07 says, I know everything about Dak. That quarterback is a fraud. No, he's not a fraud. No, I'm not buying that. He cares about you. Well, I don't know if any player cares about any of us. I mean, at the end of the day, Royal, I mean, you're trying to give, you're trying to make character guesses about how everyone thinks. I mean, do you actually think anyone actually cares about anybody? I mean, I think some of them do, but at the grand scheme of the things, man, you're talking on a personal level, man, and you probably shouldn't be talking on a personal level, because at the end of the day, I mean, they don't really know any of us as fans. I mean, they don't know any of us. And so at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of these guys, they're playing for themselves. They are, because they want championships. I mean, do we really think that on the grand scheme of things, let's be careful about saying stuff like he don't care about us. I mean, how do you know who he cares about? And I don't think you know everything about the Cowboys, because I don't know everything about the Cowboys, and I definitely don't know everything about Dak Prescott as a person. I do know what I've seen in the public sphere. I've seen some of the things that he's went through. I've seen some of the things that he's overcome, and he doesn't strike me as a disingenuous person. I mean, maybe you've hung out with him before, maybe you've had that privilege, but from everything I've heard, everyone that talks about Dak Prescott talks about what an upstanding guy he is. But I don't think that any quarterback in the grand scheme of things, they're really thinking about you, me, or the fans or anybody else when they're out there winning chips. You know, Tom Brady, the Patrick Mahomes, they're not thinking about those things. I mean, these guys have been doing this since they were little. I mean, it's funny to me. You're talking about a person that you're calling a fraud. I don't think you understand. I've had the privilege of knowing some people who have played in the NFL. And I don't think you quite understand that when a person makes it to the level that Dak Prescott has made it to, you obviously don't know what you're talking about, because you are rarely going to see frauds on that level and have accomplished what Dak Prescott has accomplished. You're rarely going to see guys being frauds on that level. I mean, I don't think sometimes we understand literally the nonsense that we're spewing. It's hard to be a fraud on that level, man. It is. You don't, you're saying things you don't really know what you're talking about. Dak has did so much. Dak has done some things. Dak has accomplished things that men wish they could accomplish on this level. And so I'm not buying any of the stuff that you're selling. I'm not buying it. But DeMarion Overshown is going to play Trayvon Diggs. I'm sorry, I got Trayvon Diggs in here twice. But Trayvon Diggs, let us be understanding that we might not get the opportunity to see the Jamar Chase and the Trayvon Diggs matchup. We might not get to see that, because Trayvon Diggs, I think he's dealing with something. I think Trayvon Diggs is dealing with something pretty serious. I do. Because when you start talking about growing injuries, I mean, hey, man, that's serious business. That is serious business. And when you start talking about these legs when it comes to these cornerbacks, man, that's a huge issue. And so they're already saying that Trayvon Diggs, Trayvon Diggs is going to be a game time decision. Trayvon Diggs is going to be a game time decision. And I think if Trayvon Diggs does not play, as bad as we may say that Trayvon Diggs, he's as bad as we say he's probably played this particular season, this game is going to look extremely different if Trayvon Diggs is not playing. This game is going to look different if Trayvon Diggs is not playing, because I'm not worried about DaRon Bland on the other side. None of us should be worried about DaRon Bland. But who I am worried about is I'm worried about who's ever going to play on the other side. I mean, who will that be? And so it is going to be a serious issue if Trayvon Diggs can't go. And so let's go to the injury report for the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm not familiar with them, but Orlando Brown Jr., their tackle, I think he's already been out. He's got a fibula issue. He's out. Sheldon Rankins, I think his name is, defensive tackle. He's got an illness. Not sure where he is. I mean, I'm not sure how long he's been out. And then they got a kid, Logan Wilson, linebacker. He's dealing with a knee, so he could also possibly be out also. So this is a huge deal for the Dallas Cowboys, I believe, going forward. So let's look at some of these offensive keys.
Here we go.
So with the Dallas Cowboys, I believe that this game, contrary to what people are saying, Jared, and like I said, don't get distracted by the Dak Prescott hatred. I mean, it's common. It's what people do. What's going on, Jameson Taylor? So when we talk about what the Cowboys have got to do, the Cowboys, if they truly want to win this game, the Cowboys have got to run Rico Dowdle 25 plus times. They have got to run Rico Dowdle 25 plus times. If the Cowboys don't run Rico Dowdle 25 plus times, I think it's going to be a problem. I think it's going to seriously be a problem because the Cowboys, what they need to be focused on is trying to win the time of possession. They have got to try and win the time of possession. I mean, that's one of the biggest things that I think the Cowboys can do in this game. They have got to win this time of possession. They have got to figure out ways to keep this ball out of Joe Burrow's hand, because the more you can keep Joe Burrow on the bench, the less chance he has to score points on your defense. So they're going to have to make sure they run this ball 25 plus times. I think they're going to have 30 plus rushing plays. And I don't want to see CeeDee Lamb on these lame sweeps anymore. I don't want to see these. I'd rather see Jonathan Mingo. I mean, when are we going to see what Jonathan Mingo can do? Hopefully this is a game we can see what Jonathan Mingo can do. I would like to see Lance. I would like to see Trey Lance in some kind of red zone package. The Dallas Cowboys are going to have to limit their penalties. And I mean really limit their penalties. Because if you look at the Cincinnati Bengals is a team that they don't really commit a lot of penalties. They don't commit a whole lot of penalties. So you can't give them penalties to extend drives. You cannot do those types of things. And so the Cowboys also, they can't have no turnovers. And they've been doing pretty good the last couple of weeks, but they got to be careful because Cincinnati Bengals, they can turn the ball. They can turn you over. And the way they turn you over is this guy Hendrickson. We have been talking up Micah Parsons. And I mean, we've been talking ad nauseum. And I still say again, I say that DeMarion Overshown is actually the number one player on this defense. But this guy Hendrickson, I'm about to show you some things on this guy Hendrickson, man. And it is absolutely crazy what is going on with this guy Hendrickson. He is not a slouch. He is not a slouch by far, y'all. And I'm telling you, the Cowboys are going to have their hands full with him, just like the Cincinnati Bengals will have their hands full with Micah Parsons. And so I have a chart. I want to look at the first part of the offense versus the defense, and then I'm going to show you some side-by-sides of digging even more into the analytics of these two teams and kind of show you what they look like versus the pass and versus the run. But I want you to look at the Bengals offense versus the Cowboys defense. The Bengals offense versus the Cowboys defense, because this is a serious matchup that we need to be looking at. And when you look at this, the Cincinnati Bengals, they score 27.9 points per game, and they're number 5 in the league. The Cowboys, they give up 28.3 points per game, and they're number 29. So this right here is already telling you something. The Bengals, they're doing this against good defenses. We're going to have our hands full trying to stop the Cincinnati Bengals from scoring. Jay Recruiter, I saw a stat today. Cowboys are 3-0 where Rico gets at least 19 rushes. Well, he needs to get 30. He needs to get 30. I'm telling you, he does. Marlon Brando said, what has Dak done in his career that makes someone a hater of they don't believe he's the guy that he can't get it done? Well, I don't think people, Marlon Brando, I don't think people are necessarily, some people are haters. I mean, Marlon Brando, if you can't admit that, then you're not being honest. Some people hate the man. Some people hate the man because he took Tony Romo's spot. Some people hate the man because they're comparing him to Troy Aikman. Some people hate the man because he's lost in the playoffs, but I still be amazed. Those same people, they don't hate Lamar Jackson. They don't hate Josh. They don't hate Josh Allen. They don't hate Trevor Lawrence. They don't hate Justin Herbert. They don't hate the Tua Tagovailoas. They don't hate none of those guys. Justin Herbert's been in this league now for a while, done nothing. Dak did more in his first 5 years than Herbert has done in his first 4 or 5 years. Dak did more in his first 4 or 5 years than Trevor Lawrence did in his first 4 or 5 years. Dak has done just as much as Lamar Jackson, other than winning other than winning 2 MVPs, 1 unanimous. When you think about Josh Allen, what has Josh Allen really done? He's been to 1 AFC championship game. At the end of the day, we have to understand it is more than the quarterback that wins and loses games. And the problem is with the Dallas Cowboys, when you look at a lot of their games, we can blame 2 of the playoff losses. And I'm not going to get off into the whole Dak Prescott discussion tonight. The man's not even playing. If we look at 2 of the playoff games, we know, okay, Dak lost those games. Well, we can say we won. We can say he lost them. But if we examine the other 5, there were circumstances around those games to where we can say that in actuality, Dak Prescott was the best player on the field. And in Dak's rookie season, I'm sorry, you can say anything you want to say about that one. But, man, how are you beating prime Aaron Rodgers? That is hard to do as a rookie, to beat prime Aaron Rodgers. And it's funny to me. I hope C.J. Stroud and that team turns it around, because now C.J. Stroud is in his sophomore slump. And the same folk, this is how folk do. Folk will try to build you up, and then when you don't meet their expectations, they tear you down. And I just hope C.J. Stroud gets it together, because they're going to be tearing C.J. Stroud down too. I mean, this is what a lot of people do in this league, especially these Dallas Cowboy fans. Tear down every single quarterback that plays on this team that's not Troy Aikman. And I keep saying Troy Aikman literally played with all Hall of Fame players. Troy Aikman was nothing without players. He was nothing before players, and he was nothing after players. He fell off a cliff. Troy Aikman had a 5-year window where he had Jimmy Johnson, the Herschel Walker trade, Hall of Fame players around him, and he won 3 Super Bowls. Well, I argue that Romo and Dak Prescott and other quarterbacks too, they'd have won Super Bowls with those teams too. They were literally loaded. And Troy Aikman was not the reason those teams won. Troy Aikman was a part of the reason. Those teams were led by their running game, their offensive line, and their running game, and not Troy Aikman. I mean, a lot of these people, they talk about Dak Prescott, and I get tired of the argument. It's so silly, because some of it is hatred. And some of these people, as I've had an argument before with DFW, hadn't seen him in a while. But when you start showing them the stats of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, how Peyton Manning and Dak Prescott's playoff records look almost identical, because Peyton Manning didn't start winning. He didn't win a Super Bowl until after his 9th season. Here we are with Dak Prescott. A lot of their stats look the same. And the problem with us, Michael Parsons said it, this league has been spoiled by guys who come in like Patrick Mahomes, and people don't understand Patrick Mahomes came onto a super team. That's why they look different now, because they're not an offensive juggernaut. They've now become a ground and pound defensive team. Everyone's been talking about this slump that Patrick Mahomes is in. You can't continue on the pace that he was on. You can't. You can't continue on that pace, because there continuously needs to be players. There continuously needs to be things going on around you. You need those things. And Dak Prescott, even Jimmy said it when he signed the contract, we gotta once and for all, Jerry has got to say. And as a matter of fact, I'm not gonna spend a long time on this. I'm gonna be done with it, because I want to move to another part of this. Matter of fact, I'm going to make sure I talk about this, because these were my thoughts. I don't know if anybody saw the Detroit game last night. I saw the game last night, and I got some thoughts about the Dallas Cowboys as it applies to the Detroit game and the Green Bay game. But I don't listen to a lot of this stuff about Dak Prescott because Marlon Brando, you can say whatever you want to say. Some of this stuff, okay, it's factual. I don't blame some of people's opinions, but then some of the opinions they have, it's based on biases because they don't have the same fervor for these other quarterbacks that everyone keeps talking about as they do for Dak Prescott. I mean, Justin Herbert, somebody still got to tell me, why do people keep riding or dying like they do on Justin Herbert? This dude ain't done nothing. And Freddie Morales, we have to admit it, and I don't like to talk about it, but some of it has something to do with Dak Prescott's skin color too. It's a combination of things. Jared says, not about what he's done, regardless of what he's done as a franchise quarterback, as good as Dak shouldn't get as much hate as he does. And Jared, and you don't even have to be as good as Dak Prescott to win a Super Bowl. And that's the idiocracy of people who talk about Dak Prescott. That's the idiocracy. It don't take Tom Brady's, Patrick Mahomes. It don't take them to win Super Bowls. It doesn't. What you need is a team. That's all you need. You need a team. That's all you need. You need a team. You don't need the best quarterback in the league to win Super Bowls. You just don't. You don't. It's fiction. It's pure fiction. It's pure fiction. And so, again, when we think about this Cowboys game, let me continue on. I got a lot of material. I don't want to get off on the Dak Prescott discussion today. But when you think about what the Cowboys are up against, man, it's a juggernaut when you think about it offensively. Because even though our defense has improved, we still haven't got away from these numbers. I mean, you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, their points per play, 0.453. They're number 4 in the league. We're number 31 in the league. Yards per play, they're number 10, 5.8. We're number 29. We're giving up 5.8. So we got to ask ourselves, what's going to stop the trends of what we're seeing with Cincinnati when this is really who we are? The third down conversion percent, they're 45.45. They are number 5 at third down conversions. We're number 6. Our opponents are 34.25. Their fourth down, 64.29. They're number 12. We're number 27. Their red zone scoring, they're number 2. They score 71% of the time in the red zone. That's an insane stat. That is an insane stat. How can this team only have 4 wins? I know how it's possible. But this is insane. Our red zone scoring percentage, our defense, we're number 32. That means that 77% of the time when any team gets in our red zone, they score. Wow. Look at this. They score 3.4 TDs a game. So they're basically scoring 24, 25 points a game. So we're giving up about 24, 25 points per game. Even with these sorry teams, y'all, we've been doing the same thing. Even with these sorry teams. So I want to put this into perspective for us. The Cowboys have got to play a better defensive game than we've watched them play the last 3 weeks. Because what they've done the last 3 weeks isn't enough. Do y'all realize even with turnovers, even with winning the turnover battles 2 weeks in a row, do we not realize the Cowboys gave up 26 to the Commanders? They gave up 20 points to the sorry New York Giants. We literally are playing an offensive juggernaut. An offensive juggernaut. And we think that we're going to get into a shootout with this team, or really our best bet is to win the time of possession. Mike McCarthy needs to do everything he can do to throw this ball 25 times or less. End of story. 25 times or less. He cannot afford to let Cooper Rush drop back 35, 45, 50, 55. He cannot afford it. He cannot afford it. If the Cowboys let Cooper Rush drop back 40 times, the game is over. There's just no way. There's just no way you can let Cooper Rush get into a shootout. And the reason why you can't is I want us to look at our offense, their defense versus our offense. Let's switch it up. So the Cincinnati Bengals defense, they give up 28.3 points per game. They're number 31. This is why they have only won 4 games. Their defense has absolutely been letting them down. But I want y'all to think about this. Do y'all realize our true points per game is really only 20 points? We're scoring 20.7 points per game. So the reality is we're scoring 21 points a game. The reality is this, and we've seen it the last, 2 weeks? The Cowboys have scored 2 touchdowns on offense, if I'm not mistaken, against the Commanders and the Giants. That's basically our MO. We scored 2 touchdowns in a sense. Because when you look at our other scores, the Commanders, what was it? We had 2 kickoff returns. We had only scored 2 touchdowns on offense. We had 2 kickoff returns. We beat the New York Giants. We had a tip interception return by DeMarion Overshown. The rest were 2 touchdowns and field goals. So without any help from our special teams or our defense, this is actually our scoring average. It is. It's our true scoring average. And so really the only hope that we have is to try to stop this, to stop Joe Burrow. And the one way we can stop Joe Burrow is easy. Keep him off the field. Keep him off the field. It's the best way to do it. And there is some opportunities here with the Cincinnati Bengals. They're giving up 369 yards per game, and we're giving up 323. So, but I think what's going to throw us off, and the reason why the Cincinnati thing is going to be a problem for us, is because Cincinnati don't run the ball a whole lot. They do a lot of throwing. So they may be able to get more of those yards, as we're going to look at in a moment. And their defense, they're giving up 0.43 points per play. We give up 0.32 yards per play. They're 5.7. We give up 4.9. Third down conversion, they give it up 44.37% of the time. They're number 28. Our third down conversion, the problem is we only convert 35% of the time. Their fourth down conversion is bad also. Teams are getting 4th downs on them. I don't know. Mike McCarthy might love that. He loves going for those 4th down. We're number 30 in that department. People are still converting on us. They convert 33% of the time. Opponents' red zone scoring, they also give it up in the red zone, which is a weakness for us. We're giving it up. I mean, we're only scoring 43% of the time, so maybe this may help us if we can get down there in the red zone. They're giving up 3.4 touchdowns per game, and we're literally only scoring 2 touchdowns per game. So when you think about this in the grand scheme of things, this game is really going to be a serious issue for the Cowboys. This is going to be a serious issue for the Cowboys. And so that's why for me, I mean, when you think about the defensive keys to this game, for me, it's very simple. I mean, they're going to have to stop the run because they can run the ball, but they're going to have to stop the run, get some pressure on Joe Burrow. The secondary play is going to have to be stellar. So I'm very interested to see if Trayvon Diggs is going to play. Secondary play is going to have to be stellar. They're going to have to get some turnovers also. They are going to have to find a way to turn over Joe Burrow. If they can't find a way to turn over Joe Burrow, turn over maybe get a fumble or two, maybe something happening on special teams. It's going to be a long day, and Micah Parsons is going to have an absolutely huge day. And I got my man Demarion Overshown up here. I don't know why I didn't put him up here, but Demarion Overshown is also going to have a big game too. And I heard Mike McCarthy mention last week that Overshown needs to get more opportunities, and it sounds like what he was saying was rushing from the edge. Rushing from the edge. Marlon Brando, like I said, I'm not going to keep going with this. You'd have a great Super Bowl performance, too, if you had Troy Aikman's running game. Do you not realize that Troy Aikman was a play-action quarterback? Troy Aikman ate off of play action. And when you got literally, historically, this isn't just in an era. The Cowboys historically had one of the best offensive lines to ever line up in a football game. Troy Aikman ate off of play action. So why wouldn't he have some good performances in the Super Bowl? It actually would be a travesty if he wasn't having great performances in the Super Bowl. I mean, Nick Foles had a great performance in the Super Bowl. I mean, do we compare him to Troy Aikman? When you got teams, man, these are straw arguments and we don't even realize it. Nick Foles is not one of the greatest quarterbacks in history. But when you got a great team around you, you too, Marlon, well, I don't know what you could do, but anyone who could play quarterback, you give even Cooper Rush what Troy Aikman had. I don't think he's winning 3 Super Bowls, but even he would probably do pretty good in a game or two. And so, you know, we got to understand, though, continuing on with this discussion, that the Cowboys really have their work cut out for them. They do. They have their work cut out for them. Marlon says, best thing the Bengals do is throw the ball. Best thing the Cowboys defense does is rush the passer with Micah. I disagree. I don't think that's the best thing we do. I think we're going to find out if it's one of the best things that we do. And I still don't say it's the best thing we do because we have been playing against. Think about the competition. This is the part I don't think we're thinking about. Now, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're not as good up front. They're not as good up front. So I do think that Zimmer's going to be able to do some things against Cincinnati. But I think the issue is going to become, but Cincinnati, and the reason why I'm saying this is because we've seen other teams who are better than the Cowboys on defense. They're literally better all the way around. And they still haven't been able to stop Joe Burrow. They just haven't. And they're better than us. I mean, I think we better, if we don't understand what I'm saying, I guess we won't understand it. But we better stop thinking that our defense is so good that we want our defense to be going up against Joe Burrow, as in we can match him and we can stop him. No, the best way to stop a Joe Burrow is to keep him on the bench. That's how you stop Joe Burrow. You don't stop Joe Burrow talking about what Micah Parsons going to do. You stop Joe Burrow by keeping him on the bench, and then when he does get on the field, now we can say, okay, now, if we can just pick and choose, where we can really maybe send Micah and Overshown, where we can figure out, because you got to realize, even with Trayvon Diggs, our secondary is a liability because of Trayvon Diggs. Diggs ain't right. Diggs ain't right now. Something's not right with Diggs. Mike had Rico run well last week. I'm crossing my fingers, legs, eyes, and arm for him to keep running him. But any given Sunday, we don't know how much Mike will get. The issue is, Niecy, and that's why I keep saying, he's got to run the ball. It's the only way. It's the only thing that makes sense. And you can hear it in Jerry Jones' voice. They're all thinking the same thing. No, this Cincinnati Bengals team is explosive. It is. What's going on, Robert M? It's explosive. Flat out explosive. And so anybody thinking we're about to go out here and Cooper Rush, we're about to go out here and go play for play with this team. we're not thinking right. Janie says, I hope Rush stays in his lane and not do anything to cost him the game. All they need to do is do what they've been doing. Do what they've been doing. Run the ball. Now, I think they are going to have to be a little bit more crafty. They are going to have to figure out a way to get in the end zone. And they got to get in there more than twice. Unless this defense has the performance of its life, I just don't think 20 points is going to be enough. I just don't think 20 points is going to be enough. And I also think, too, the Cowboys are going to need some help from the special teams. I think Cincinnati, they're going to be smart again like everyone else. Cincinnati is going to try to limit the returns of Turpin. They'll probably settle for kicking it out of the end zone. So the Cowboys will probably have to use Cavante Turpin on offense like they did with the Texans. Less Aubrey and more touchdowns. The Cowboys have got to get in that red zone and score some touchdowns. And Turpin, if they give him an opportunity to catch it in the end zone, I just think he's going to have to run it out of the end zone. The Cowboys are going to need all hands on deck for a team like this. So let me give some thoughts on this game where I am with it. So these are my thoughts. Hold on. Marlon said, so Michael wasn't one of the biggest reasons we beat the Bengals 2 years ago. Yeah, you're talking 2 years ago. And I'm going to go back to that in just a moment. And tell me, what does this defense do best? Well, my issue is right now, I don't really know. I don't really know what we do best yet. I mean, we're talking about a small sample size. We're talking about 2 games. And this is why I keep telling people, we're going against what we've been. But what we've been is what we are. And we've played 2 teams. And I do think we caught Dan Quinn slipping and sleeping. But I bet you the game would be different the second time. But y'all keep talking about the Commanders game. But the game that's stuck in my mind is the Giants. You telling me we won the turnover battle and the Giants scored 20 points on us, Marlon Brando? I mean, are we really thinking about the fact that they had Drew Lock, first time starting this season? Drew Lock, who had an abysmal day. Man, Drew Lock's numbers were atrocious. And they still scored 20 points? And we're saying we're back. What do we do best? I mean, we didn't go out there and have a sackathon against the Giants in a sense. I mean, it wasn't like it was a sackathon, like we were just killing them. They scored 20 points on us. And we had to let it come down 27-20. We won the turnover battle. How do we say that we're going to do this, and this when if you tell me we're playing Joe Burrow? I just don't think we understand what we're saying, man. This is a different animal now. This is a different animal we're playing now. And everyone should be on alert. This is a different animal. They're putting up points on everybody. They're not just doing this they're putting up literal points. Joe Burrow right now is the MVP of the league if he don't have the losses that he has. There's nobody doing it better. Josh Allen is not even in the same stratosphere as this man right now. This man is killing the league. His defense is letting him down. But you got to understand something. There's another issue. His defense is letting him down also against better competition. They're not playing Cooper Rushes. They're playing Lamar Jacksons. They're playing Patrick Mahomes. They're playing like serious competition. We're talking about our offense. Our offense. And we still only mustered, again, 20 points against the Giants. We needed a defensive score. We only netted 20 points against the Commanders. We needed Cavante Turpin. I'm telling us, that stuff runs out. That stuff runs out. And eventually you're going to have to line up against the team and you're going to have to beat them mano a mano. And When we're talking about this Cincinnati Bengal team, I'm telling you, Mike Zimmer's going to have to pull the game of his life off right now. He is. He's going to have to pull the game of his life off. And even then, how does he, unless he scores multiple times on defense, because how do you nullify the vanilla offense with Cooper Rush? It's not built. This offense is not built for 30-plus points. This offense is built currently as it's constructed. 20 points. Because that's what it's been doing. That's what it's been doing. It's built for 20 points. We're asking this defense to do something that it actually hasn't been doing. That's what we're asking. Robert says the O-line is playing better as of late. But as we all know, while Mike McCarthy stay committed to run, that's the million-dollar question. And we got a small sample size. Very small sample size. I'm trying to think in my mind. I don't think we've played a pass rusher. Not talking about the team. We haven't played a pass rusher in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We haven't played a pass rusher quite like this guy from Cincinnati, y'all. Hold on. Let me go through my thoughts, and then I'll show you what I'm talking about. These are my thoughts on this game. This is going to be Mike Zimmer's defense biggest test. This is Zimmer's defense biggest test. At least since he's getting the players back and doing better. This is going to be the biggest test. Because we've been asking Mike Zimmer to do the same thing, if y'all don't realize. We've been asking Zimmer to do the same thing for how many weeks now? 8 weeks. Probably about 8 weeks. And what have we been asking Zimmer to do for about 8 weeks? Stop the run. 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 And now we get to this game. Now he's got to stop the pass. Teams were running on us because they knew we couldn't stop the run. And I don't know necessarily if we can stop the run now because, minus the Philadelphia game, have we played a prolific running back? See, this is why I say you got to be careful when you start saying this is what we've been doing. But have you been doing things better, or has the competition been lesser? So when we start thinking about what have we been asking Zimmer to do, stop the run. But when we think about the reality of, let's pull up a couple of things here. When we look at the reality of what we've been doing. Let's look at this Cowboys schedule, because I'm telling you, we gotta start thinking about some of the things that we are saying as it applies to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, this game is going to be a really good test for this Dallas Cowboy team. It's going to be a really, really good test, and I'm excited to see it on Monday night. But I want you to think about this just for a moment. Let's go over here and look. I want you to look to the left. I have the Cowboys schedule up. So we're looking just top to bottom. Burrow or Watson? Burrow. Carr or Burrow? Burrow. Lamar Jackson or Burrow, depending upon what I want to do that day. But if I'm talking about throwing the ball down the field, I'm going Burrow. The Giants. I forgot the quarterback they let go of. But Daniel Jones. Burrow or Jones? Justin Fields or Burrow? Jared Goff or Burrow? Brock Purdy or Burrow? Kirk Cousins or Burrow? Jalen Hurts or Burrow, depending upon what I want to do. But if I'm throwing the ball, it's Burrow. C.J. Stroud or Burrow? C.J. Stroud, 34 points on us. The Commanders, Jaden Daniels or Burrow? I'm taking Burrow. Drew Lock or Burrow? I'm taking Burrow. So when you think about what I'm telling you, every one of these teams, we literally had the same mantra going in. Stop the run, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run. All of these, stop the run, stop the run. I don't know really what we were saying with the Lions because I don't think we could stop them either way. So we can kind of turn that into what we want to. 49ers still didn't stop the run. Falcons, we stopped the run. Now think about it. We stopped the run with the Falcons. Kirk Cousins still killed us. We stopped Saquon Barkley. Jalen Hurts still killed us. Houston Texans. We were pretty good up until about the fourth quarter. Then C.J. Stroud and that team ran off on us. We beat the Commanders. We held Jaden Daniels for 3.5 quarters, and then he broke loose a little bit on us. I don't even understand the Drew Lock game. We're bragging about the Drew Lock win, but this game right here is the one we ought to be really afraid of. They scored 20 points on us and took us down to the end. And now we're literally about to ask Mike Zimmer to do something that we actually haven't asked him to do all season long. Because while we may be saying, okay, pass rush is what we do best, which I'm not really necessarily sure. I mean, what has been the real true test of that? But at the end of the day, but now we're asking him to do something that we need to really question, can we do? Can we stop a prolific passing game like the Bengals? And I'll be honest with you. I think the dumbest thing we can do is go in this game with these visions of sugar plums dancing in our head, talking about this defense and what this defense is and what this defense is this. The best thing this team can do, and I'm telling y'all straight up, and I promise you this is probably the Dallas Cowboys plan. The best defense against Joe Burrow is your offense. You better run the ball and run the ball. Keep this man on the sideline. Keep your defense fresh so you can run some exotic blitzes, so you can blitz both Overshown and Micah Parsons, because I don't think Parsons is going to be enough this time by himself. They're going to need both of them, and it's the only way you stop this team. You keep them off the field, because anyone who has let them on the field, they've paid for it dearly. They've paid for it dearly. And I don't think we're better than the Ravens defense. I don't think we're better than a lot of these defenses that Joe Burrow has went up against. I mean, even if you say we've gotten better, how much better have we got? How much better? Because I'm still laughing. We're talking about this defense has improved, and I'm still wondering, how did the Tampa Bay Buccaneers literally stomp the Giants in the ground the week before? I'm telling us. Jared says the delusion we have sometimes is wild. I mean, we're literally asking this team to do something it hasn't been doing. Marlon says Micah has been playing better since he's came back. Yep, but how much better? But which Michael will we get Monday night? We're going to keep digging into some nuts and some bolts, because I'm going to show you where Cincinnati, this Cincinnati team, man, we got to understand just what we're dealing with. This team needs to be studied, man. It's crazy that this team only has 4 wins. I mean, their offense is almost like a Super Bowl team, but their defense is trash. Their defense is trash. 6 sacks against the Giants. So Marlon Brando, 6 sacks against the Giants, and we beat them 27-20. So that doesn't give you a cause to pause. I'm telling us, man, we got to understand what we're saying about this game. This New York Giant game, people were jumping up and down about this game. I didn't see this as a jump up and down game. So you got to explain to me, how does this happen then? So how does this happen? So Marlon Brando, I'm going with you. You got 6 sacks. You got 1 fumble. You got 1 interception. You had 28 minutes time of possession. You telling me, Marlon Brando, you had all that and you only scored 27 points? Where they do that at? Where they do that at? Where do they do this at? I'm just trying to get us to temper our expectations. If you got 6 sacks on Drew Lock, and Drew Lock, are we understanding what I'm saying? So you telling me you did this to Drew Lock and he was still 21-32, 178 yards, and they still on the ground. Drew Lock ran 1 touchdown. Tyrone Tracy ran 1 touchdown. You telling me with that performance, we only scored 27 points? And they were still able to score 20 points on our defense? I'm not understanding what we're saying. I'm not understanding what we're saying. I'm sorry, this team shouldn't have scored 20 points on us. They shouldn't have. Because I don't think they're as good as the Commanders. There's no way they should have scored 20 points on us. And that's why I'm saying I hope the Cowboys are going in, and I know they're going in with what I'm saying because they know it too. They're not done. Cincinnati is a juggernaut. And the last thing you want is a shootout. Time of possession. Run the ball. Your best defense is your offense. Keep that doggone Joe Burrow on the sideline. I mean, the Cowboys need to find a way to, they need about 35, 38 minutes time possession. That's what they really need. They need to keep this dude on the bench. I believe this is Zimmer's biggest test. Mike McCarthy better stick to the run. It will go bad if there's a shootout. And if Mike goes past Happy, Cooper Rush will be pressured and sacked. Cooper Rush will commit turnovers. Book it. The Cowboys will get blew out. Book it. Book it. They'll get blew out if this game plan isn't what I'm saying it is. And I know this game plan is exactly what I'm saying it is. Because if you pay attention to what Mike McCarthy has been doing, Mike McCarthy has been trying his best to put together 13, 14, 15-yard drives. That's what he's been trying to do. Because even against Drew Lock, do y'all not understand? He did the same thing against Drew Lock. He did the same thing against Jaden Daniels, and he still couldn't keep those offenses from scoring 20 points. Do we hear what I'm saying? I'm speaking facts. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm speaking facts. Jay Recruiter, appreciate the $5 super chat. Bengals defense is horrible. Yes. Cowboys win by running the ball and no Cooper Rush turnovers. Cowboys defense will limit Burrow. Cowboys 27-24. That is the only way they win, Jay Recruiter. It's the only way they win. Run the ball. And I've been saying this for weeks. Run the ball. If Mike McCarthy comes out here with an arrogant, bullheaded game plan up, Cincinnati weak. Cincinnati defense weak. Man, this going to be cool. I've been hearing people say stuff like, this is going to be Cooper Rush coming out party. What? Okay. There's a reason why people hate this team. And every team that plays the Cowboys, we talk about divisional games. No, every game is a divisional game for the Cowboys. Do y'all realize this Monday night, every team comes out and gives the Cowboys their best shot? They do. They do. Especially when they hear the fan base saying some of this stuff. Well, I tell you this, Marlon Brando, the game plan better be what I'm saying. It better be run the ball. It better be keeping Joe Burrow on the sideline, keeping that defense fresh, keeping Micah Parsons ready to rush the passer, and they better get DeMarion Overshown involved in the pass rush game this week more than they probably ever have. They better probably rush both of them at the same time coming off of both ends. They're going to have to do everything they can do to keep this man running for his life. Wilson Santiago said Joe B is a top 5 quarterback in pre-snap motion, something the Cowboys defense can't seem to figure out. I'm telling us, man, Joe Burrow different. This dude right now is the MVP. He just can't get it because of the win-loss total. I got 3 scores. This is what I normally do. I have 3 scores for this game. If the Cowboys don't run the ball, my first score is 37-20. Cowboys don't run the ball, 37-20. What's going on, D-Rail Carter? 37-20. Bengals. If the Cowboys run the ball, I still say the Bengals win 31-24. But let me give you my third score. The Cowboys win the game 2017. They win the game 2017. And the reason why I have 2017 is because of what they did in 2022. How did the Cowboys beat the Bengals? How did they do it? How did the Cowboys beat the Bengals in 2022? Let's see if we can look at that just for a moment. How did they beat the Bengals in 2022 when Cooper Rush had a game-winning drive and they beat the Cow and they wound up beating the Bengals? So one of the things that they did, y'all got to understand, one of the things that they did a job on Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase was 5 for 54. And I'm telling y'all, man, I'm telling you, boy, that first 2 to 3 years of Trayvon Diggs was absolutely insane. Diggs was playing out of his mind. Diggs ain't playing like this no more. And I don't think Diggs is going to necessarily be the problem. I think now that Higgins and Diggs, I think Higgins and Chase are going to be the problem. And I think Deron Bland will be able to handle either one of these two guys because Bland is Bland. I just don't think they have anybody that can handle the other one. Whichever one Bland isn't on, that's going to be the problem. And I don't even care if Trayvon Diggs play. Trayvon Diggs ain't playing right now. Something's not right with Trayvon Diggs. And that's why right now he's a game-time decision. And I believe if Trayvon Diggs comes back, because something's telling me that somebody's going to try to force him to come back, or if I'm Trayvon Diggs, if I'm not 100%, if I'm not 90%, man, if I'm not 80%, I don't want to face Jamar Chase being 65 and 70% because I'm only going to make myself look bad. That is all I'm going to do is make myself look bad. I think the problem is going to be that Bland, what is the answer for the other side? What's the answer? What's the answer? The secondary play is going to be put to the test for the Cowboys, as well as the pass rush. But I can even tell you this, and let's look at this game, and I'm going to go back to the Bengals for a moment because there's some other stats I want us to look at with the Bengals. But when you look at what they did to even Joe Burrow, it was crazy. Joe Burrow was 24-36, but because of the job that they did on Jamar Chase, he was only 199. He was 199 with 1 touchdown. They do Joe Burrow like this again, they win the game. They win the game if they do this again. You look at what the Cincinnati Bengals did with Joe Mixon that day. The Cowboys defense, I'm telling you, the Cowboys 2022 defense was different. It was. That entire defense was just different. They held Joe Mixon on 19 carries to 57 yards. Joe Burrow was 4 of the 26. So let's take away Joe Burrow. Do y'all know what the Cowboys did also? They stopped them from running the ball. Our defense was different. It was different, y'all. It was different. We were doing some crazy stuff out there on them boys. Crazy, crazy stuff. And we literally held them to 20 points. Look at what they did with Cooper Rush. They didn't have a throwing party. He was 19-31. He completed 19 passes, 235, 1 touchdown. They kept it real close to the vest. They manufactured basically a 100-yard game, 15 to Zeke, 15 carries to Zeke, 9 to Pollard, 1 to CD. That was basically 25. You give Cavonte Turpin one, that's 26. You look at what they did. They got 96, 102, 105, 1 touchdown from that. So they ran one, they threw one. Now, we struggled in the red zone. We struggled tremendously in the red zone. So we'll have to fix that in this game. We'll have to fix that in this game. But when you think about it, when you think about what we did, our defense, man, this defense was so much better back then. This defense was really, really good. Really, really good. And so the way we were able to hold them, and guess what? We scored exactly the average we have now. Brett Maher back then, Brett Maher scored 2 field goals, 2 extra points. He scored 8 points. Still our average today. 20 points minus something happening such as an interception return or a kickoff return. With Cooper Rush playing for the Dallas Cowboys, our average, whether we face it or not, the average points with Cooper Rush is 20 points. That's fact. We can say anything we want to. Our average points with Cooper Rush, barring something happening out of the ordinary, we score 20 points with Cooper Rush on offense. And that's why I say the way we beat the Bengals, 2017, that's how we beat them. That's how we beat them. There's no other way to explain it. That's how we beat them. You can go back and look at Cooper Rush. The moment Cooper Rush began that run in 2022, these are just facts, not innuendo, not conjecture. Cooper Rush, he's typically only good for 2 touchdowns. And I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking he's only good with that offense for 2 touchdowns. You look in 2022, because this is the season everyone's always talking about. You look at Cooper Rush. It's the same thing all the time. Cooper Rush, 1 touchdown. Tony Pollard, 1 touchdown. And then the rest are field goals. Good for 20 points. You look at the Washington Commanders, 2022, they were atrocious. But even when you look then, player stats, Cowboys, Cooper Rush, 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns in that game. But look at the rest of the team. 2 touchdowns, Cooper Rush. I mean, look at the rest of the team. Not to mention you're throwing in this game. You're throwing in all of the turnovers they had in the Commanders game. But here we go again. Brett Maher, how many field goals did he have? He was 4 for 4. He scored. I'm just telling you, we're asking this team. I mean, I don't understand. Why do we start having visions of grandeur when the stats with Cooper Rush, they're not lying? They haven't lied about this man in 10 games. And folk keep acting like he's a magical unicorn. He's not a magical unicorn. I can show you over and over and over. Every time Cooper Rush is a starter for this team, the defense better play out of its mind. They better have something happening on special teams, because Cooper Rush, when he's managing this offense, because that's what he's doing, when Cooper Rush is managing this offense, it's only going to muster 20 points average. Look at this. The Rams game. This is the one I was telling people about. He had, look at the game. Cooper Rush, he only had 1 anomaly, and that was the Minnesota game before 2022. But all the rest of these, they're all the same. And it's always a bunch of field goals. A bunch of field goals. Again, Brett Maher, 10 points. Brandon Aubrey going to be scoring a lot of the points for the Cowboys. We cannot ask Cooper Rush to be what he's not. And that's not knocking Cooper Rush. What is he? A backup. We don't even have to look at the Cowboys versus the Eagles. That was his last game. How many points did he score? 17. What happened? They tried to have a shootout with the Philadelphia Eagles because he was the one who got him behind. And what wound up happening? The Philadelphia Eagles wound up scoring 20 points in the second quarter, and then they turned him over again because he's not built. Cooper Rush has been the same Cooper Rush for what now? 4 or 5 seasons? Cooper Rush he's not built for a shootout. He's not built for a shootout. And we can say anything we want to. I'm showing us the facts. I'm showing us the analytics. We can argue all we want to, but you can't argue with the facts. Robert, there it is. Special teams, keep penalties down, third down conversions. That's Cooper Rush. You better win time of possession with Cooper Rush. Your special teams better step up with Cooper Rush. Somebody better do something on defense with Cooper Rush, because other than that, you have no shot with Cooper Rush. And I'm not saying it. I'm showing you what everything is saying. Suge Midnight. That's someone being Jerry. Jerry trying to make D-Law play too. Suge. D-Law has already said, I'm not going out like this. What were you talking about, D-Law? I'm not playing hurt. And D-Law said it straight up because I plan on playing after the Cowboys. He said it straight up. I plan on playing after the Cowboys. This man is basically saying, I'm not giving it up for the Cowboys. Cheyenne, letting Hawkins go was a huge hit on our run D, for sure. But Jerry's got this master plan. 5 sacks or more, and Joe throws at least 1 pick, calling it now. One pick won't be enough. I'm telling you, Marlon Brando, it won't be enough. It won't be enough. No, you're going to have to turn Joe over 3 times. That's the formula for beating Joe. 1 ain't enough. You got to turn Joe over multiple times. That's how you beat Joe. I'm telling you how you beat Joe. You turn him over multiple times. You turn him over multiple times and you win time of possession. DeMarion Overshown, people keep talking about Micah Parsons. I'm not talking about Micah Parsons. He is what he is. DeMarion Overshown is the key to this game again. He got to have a monster game. Because Micah ain't playing in the run game. Micah ain't playing in the run game, y'all. Micah pin his ears back, go after the quarterback. But if I'm the Cincinnati Bengals, I know how to nullify Micah Parsons. I'm going to run the ball on him a few times. I'm going to get him inside of his head. I'm going to get him guessing. I'm going to get him thinking. I'm going to block. I'm going to send doubles on the side. I'm going to send running backs on the side. I'm going to send tight ends in motion on this side. And every chance I get, I'm going to chip Micah Parsons. I know how to deal with a pass rusher like Micah Parsons. That's why for the Cowboys, the X factor has to be DeMarion Overshown, because I got an answer for. I'm telling y'all, people don't want to accept the facts about Micah Parsons. He's undersized. He's powerful. He's strong. He's great. But his kryptonite is he's undersized. I know how to deal with him. I know how to deal with him. Here's a scary thought, though. Cincinnati scored 38 on Pittsburgh and lost. Let that sink in. But when have we scored 38? When have we scored 38? And that is a scary thought. You're right, a scary thought. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and lost, and let that sink in. But think about it. When have we scored 38? It took us 2 miracle plays to get to 34. We had back-to-back kickoff returns. One by Kevontae Turpin, one by, I forget the kid name, but it wasn't even supposed to be a return. It was an onside kick. He ran it back. That's how we scored 34 points with Cooper Rush. I'm telling us, we better get these visions of grandeur out of our head. Ravens and Steelers defenses aren't very good against the pass. Neither is ours. I mean, make the point. Neither is ours. We're terrible against the pass. We're terrible against the pass. And a lot of teams, they have problems with the Bengals with this whole thing about the passing game. They both beat the Bengals and lost to the Browns. And guess what? They had to outscore him. I've showed you the stats. Cooper Rush ain't scoring. He ain't scoring above his threshold of 2 touchdowns. That's all he's good for. And we've seen what happened when he tried to get into a shootout. We've seen it. We saw it against the Philadelphia Eagles. We saw it. He threw 3 touchdowns. His arm velocity, y'all, it's not a knock on this man. It's a scouting report. I know we like Cooper Rush. It's a scouting report. Everyone knows this man does not have a strong arm. It's not rocket. It's not a knock on him as in someone, yeah, you hate. No, it's not hating on Cooper Rush. It's who he is. Because if it wasn't who he is, he wouldn't be on the Dallas Cowboys. Let me bring this game to y'all memory. Y'all remember this one? We tried to get into a shootout with the Houston Texans. They let Cooper Rush throw the ball, y'all, 55 times. This man was 354, only scored 1 touchdown, 1 interception. I'm speaking facts. That's all I'm speaking. All the numbers are saying what I'm saying. The scores are saying what I'm saying. The box scores are saying what I'm saying. The analytics on Cooper Rush saying what I'm saying. The best thing we can do in this game, run the ball. And don't think we can run up in there, Marlon Brando, because we're not those teams. We don't have a prolific passing game. We got one receiver, CeeDee Lamb. I got news for us. Cincinnati going to beat CeeDee Lamb to death. They know he's not right. CeeDee not right, y'all. He was limited at practice. CeeDee Lamb not right. He took himself out of the game against the Giants. CeeDee Lamb is not right. CeeDee Lamb might not even play, but I think he will. But I don't think we're going to see much better than what we've seen. CeeDee Lamb is handicapped right now. He's hurting. They better find a way to get Jonathan Mingo involved in this game. They better figure out a way. If they don't figure out a way to get Jonathan Mingo involved in this game, it's going to be problems because CeeDee Lamb ain't right. Hey, appreciate your wicked. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash that bell, y'all, for sure. For sure. Shug Midnight says, hope D-Law keeps his word. And if Diggs ain't 100%, hope he don't like them Joneses. Let them Joneses get in his ear either. D-Law's already said he ain't playing. He said he ain't going out like this. And I know exactly what he means. He's not going into the offseason like Zach Martin. Zach Martin said something, and now it's my spidey senses is going off even more. Zach Martin said he been dealing with this injury since training camp. Some of y'all said, Dak Prescott had a boot when he went on the boat ride. Some of y'all said y'all thought there was something wrong with Dak's leg. I wonder what would make it. And I'm struggling with that because I'm like, well, why would they sign him knowing his leg was not right? I'm just saying. Taj said Micah's overrated. Hey, Taj, you better not be saying that up in here. These people go crazy. Cincinnati, $45.17. You know what? Wicked. I think it'll be close to that if they don't run the ball. They better run the ball. Time of possession. Taj, he's he too little. That's what I keep saying. He's undersized, and that's going to be his problem. That's going to be his problem. He's undersized. Cooper Rush will lead us to a win. We're going to see. All we need is 2 TDs from the offense and 2 field goals. Defense, our special team. Jay Recruiter. I keep saying Jay Recruiter because that's what Cooper Rush, it's not innuendo. It's not conjecture. I'm showing us the facts. That's Cooper Rush. That's who he is. He's good for 20 points. So that means that if he going to get you 20, that means that the defense and the special teams have got to figure out what gets you over his threshold. It's got to be a kickoff return. It's got to be a fumble recovery for a touchdown. It's got to be an interception for a touchdown. It's got to be some of those things, because all this other stuff, man, it's just chit chatter. In order to get in the shootout, you have to have a weapon to shoot. Russ cannot throw deep consistently and accurately. It is what it is. That's the problem. You can't shoot out with a pea shooter. You can't. You can't do it. And I think the Cowboys know it, and this is why, watch what I tell you. Mike McCarthy, he's going to come out at least, and his plan is going to be run the ball. And he's going to try to run it and run it hard. I believe he is. Why not try to get Ryan why not try to get Ryan for not involved? Why did we draft him for him to ride the bench, come to make him a chance? He's also hungry because he was a 6th rounder. He could be a star here. Okay, you said, Flournoy. Yeah. Ryan Flournoy. I don't even understand the Ryan Flournoy thing. I don't even understand what's going on with that. I don't even think you needed Jonathan Mingo, because Ryan Flournoy and Jonathan Mingo got similar body types, similar speed. I mean, they're very similar in a lot of things they do. But I'm blaming Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy said he's had so much input on the draft. Someone was asking today, who should we blame about some of the things going on? Well, Mike McCarthy blamed himself. If Mike McCarthy said he didn't know what Dak Prescott was talking about, if Mike McCarthy said all them things about himself, well, I'm blaming Mike McCarthy. That's who I'm blaming. I'm blaming Mike McCarthy. I want to dig into a couple of more of these stats, and then we're going to move on to a couple of the subjects. I want to dig into a couple of more of these stats. I have the Cincinnati Bengals on the left because they're the visiting team, and I got the Cowboys on the right because they're the home team. And when you look at this, and you look at the Cincinnati Bengals, their rush play percentage is 36%. Their rush play percentage is 36%. So they don't run the ball a lot. I mean, they just don't. They just don't do it. And so when we look at the Cowboys, I mean, their opponent's rush play percent has been 48%. So, see, this is going to be a different animal for the Cowboys. See, Zimmer has been doing to me, Zimmer's been doing more with less. Zimmer's been doing a great job. And Zimmer has been asked basically to stop the run. He's done it. But this is different. He's not going to be asked to stop the run. He's going to be asked to stop the pass. And even when you look at them, I mean, they're not too much slouching. I mean, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're 4.2 yards a carry, they're 22 yards, they're 22 yards a game. Their rush yards, they're 22 rushes per game. So they're going to run the ball, but they're just as bad as the Cowboys. They're number 30 or worse than the Cowboys. But that's offset, and we're going to look at that in a moment. Their rush yards, they run about 92 yards a game. The Cowboys allow 147 yards a game, and that's even with them stopping the run. They still been having a few issues in certain spurts and spots. But at the same time, the rushing TDs for the Cincinnati Bengals is 0.8, and the Cowboys only allow about 0.3 TDs per game on the ground. But that's not the problem. That's really not the problem. The problem comes in is right here again, because Cincinnati is all about throwing the doggone football. That's the problem. And that's why they're going to cause such a problem for the Dallas Cowboys, because this is why they cause a problem for everyone. Typically on the Cowboys, because most teams know they can't stop the run. And I have a funny feeling that Cincinnati will run some. But most teams against the Cowboys, they run the ball 51% of the time. But Cincinnati throw the ball 64% of the time. Man, that is crazy work. That is crazy work. Completion percentage, 67%. The Cowboys are allowing 67%. Yards per pass, 7.5. The Cowboys are giving up 7.9. Passes per game, 37. The Cowboys typically face somewhere around 28, 29. Pass yards per game, 264. The Cowboys, they're giving up 212, but that's because teams don't have to throw on them. They're going to throw on the Cowboys. Interceptions thrown, 1.12%. They're number 3. He doesn't. I don't think he throws a lot of them. The Cowboys are number 11 in interceptions gotten. They're sacked 6% of the times. The Cowboys, they sack 8% of the times. And Marlon Brando, you're right on this issue. One of the issues is they're sacking. It says they're number 4 in sacks, 8.92% of the time. But a lot of teams aren't throwing. They're not throwing on them like most teams are. So maybe they'll get some more sacks against Joe Burrow. But when you look at what these guys do on offense, man, it's literally crazy. It is literally crazy what they're doing. And then when you look at us, as far as our offense goes, our pass play percentage is 64%. That ranks number 3. Now, keep in mind, some of this is Dak Prescott. I was looking at these stats today, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, hold on a second. Something don't look right. Some of these stats are Dak Prescott because I already seen what Cooper Rush is. Cooper Rush has been 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's somewhere around 60%, 61%, I'm thinking, somewhere in that range. So some of this is Dak Prescott. So when you're looking at some of these numbers for the Cowboys, they're inflated because of Dak Prescott, because Dak Prescott had actually threw for quite a few yards before he got hurt. So this is skewed in a sense. Pass play percentage, 65% basically. Completion percentage, 63. Number 24. Yards per pass, 6.3. Keep in mind that's some of Dak Prescott. Passes per game, 39. Number 1, some of that is because of Dak Prescott, but we also had a couple of games where Cooper Rush threw. Well, the Houston Texans game, I showed excessive amount of passes. Pass yards per game, 236. That has not been the average with Cooper Rush. That ranks number 7. Interception percentage, number 18. Some of that is Dak, of course, and Cooper. Quarterback sack, we rank number 10. And number 10, 5.89%. Now, I'm saying all of that because I was looking at this guy, and I'm gonna get to you in just a second. KC podcast from the closet. Something kind of caught my eye, and we keep talking about Micah Parsons. Let me see here. I was just trying to see. Okay, now, did y'all know that Trey Hendrickson for the Cincinnati Bengals has the most sacks in the NFL right now? Trey Hendrickson for the Cincinnati Bengals. This is him on the left in case you can't see it. He has the most sacks in the league right now. He's played 12 games. He's had 24 solo tackles, 8 assists. He's had 32 tackles. He's had 12 tackles for loss. He has 11 and a half sacks. 82 yards in sack yards. This dude is not playing half bad. He's got 1 forced fumble, 5 passes defended. He has 11 hurries. This guy is not half bad, y'all. Right now, this dude is the number 1 sacker in the league. We keep talking about Cooper Rush. We keep talking about Micah Parsons. This dude, Trey Hendrickson, is the real deal. I really hadn't, because I follow the Cowboys so hard. This guy is the real deal. He got a 2-year extension. This guy is good. And he's not just good. He's better than good. Wilson said this game will go over 30 points. Either team will win, no more than a field goal. This will be a shootout. I think it'll be a shootout, but I don't understand how you have a shootout with Cooper Rush because it's not his MO. I doubt Rush will win the shootout against Joe Burrow. I don't either. What I will say about Rush is he fits McCarthy's scheme more. He fits the West Coast offense, the short passes, handoff pass off. He he fits it than Dak. Yeah, I think you're saying that because his limitations are the short passing game. And he is going to get the ball out. 1 read, 2 reads, he's done. Dak is trying to climb the tree when he's out there. And the problem is there hasn't been no tree to climb. Cowboys have not won a shootout type game in years, and I don't think it's going to start this Monday either. Appreciate you, KC, for the super chat. KC podcast from the closet. Zim can scheme up pressure against the pass. I'm not going to doubt Zim. Zim has been doing a very good job. Gee, we have a back on the roster, Malik Davis, fast, runs hard, but is invisible this year. I don't understand what's going on with him. I mean, is he on the roster? I cannot understand what Dallas is doing at the running back this year. Borderline ridiculous. You know what? I forgot about Malik Davis. I didn't even know he was around no more. KC says Zimmer has the guys to get to the quarterback. He can scheme up rush concepts to get quarterbacks on the ground. However, he doesn't have the interior D-line to stop the run. It's a personnel issue and not scheme. And KC, that's why I already know what I'm going to do if I'm Cincinnati. Because I know they want to pin their ears back. I'm going to run on them. I'm going to start out with some runs, and I'm going to open up that play action, and then I'm going to let Chase go get it. We saw Dalvin for a few carries, and I don't know, Nisi, what is going on. This run game could be way better. I just question if they want to be better. KC said Henderson is great. His D is trash. And I think he may be the one guy that we have to worry about. Henderson been doing that for years now, though. Yeah. I mean, I was reading up on it, man, and I was like, man, we keep talking about Micah Parsons. Do we not realize that Cooper Rush is a sitting duck back there, too? Cooper Rush is a sitting duck. Paula Brando said, pause. Hey, man, I'm telling you, this game is going to be crazy. This is probably the first game in a while that I can remember that I'm really excited about as far as the Cowboys playing. I am really excited about this game because we're going to see and I don't think we're going to see fully what the Cowboys are truly about, but I do think that this game is probably going to tell us a few things about the Cowboys. When you look at NFL.com, the Bengals have the 10th best offense. The Cowboys have the 22nd ranked offense, 26th ranked defense by the Bengals, 24th ranked defense by the Cowboys. And just looking at that by itself lets you know the advantage is Cincinnati. I'll take a 10th ranked defense over a 24th ranked defense all day long. And not only that, but the Bengals are first in passing and the Cowboys are 10th. Keep in mind, those are Dak Prescott's numbers. Dak Prescott, a lot of people don't realize Dak Prescott, if I'm not mistaken, was ranked 3rd in passing before he even got hurt. He was ranked 3rd in passing. And even when you look at the run game, their running game is still better than ours. So this is going to be a tough game, but I'm really interested to see what this thing looks like. I really am. I think it's going to tell us not everything. Let's pump our brakes. I don't think it's going to tell us everything we need to know about the Dallas Cowboys, but I do think it's going to tell us some things about the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what's going on with this Malik thing. I really don't. Mike McCarthy, I feel like, unfortunately, will drop rush back 40 times to attack the Bengals secondary, and boy, it's going to be the biggest mistake he can make. I think it's going to be a huge mistake if he does it. KC says, Joey B turns the ball over at inopportune times. Okay, you're talking about Burrow. We'll see. Jerry says, and I think Dak Prescott may have led in yards. Yeah, Dak was putting up a tremendous amount of yards for the Cowboys, even in even losing. Dak was putting up and people don't understand, it's not that Dak wasn't having a good year. The problem for Dak is he was having a below average year for him. And I think there were a lot of things that played into that. Some of this stuff with the Joneses and some of the things they do. And so That's kind of it for the Cowboys pregame show. I want to move on to some other subjects that do pertain to the Dallas Cowboys. I want to talk about this Thursday night game with the Detroit Lions for a moment. I want to talk about this Detroit Lions game. And I'm going to relate this to the Dallas Cowboys. That's why I want to talk about it. Because people have been talking about what Dan Campbell did at the end of the game. I'm thinking it was probably somewhere around a minute and a half, maybe a little bit more. It was a fourth down and maybe a one-ish, maybe a one and a half yards, something like that. And Dan Campbell did the unthinkable. Dan Campbell went for it on fourth down. And I want you to understand, Dan Campbell, I told y'all this before. I don't know if y'all remember. I would want to play for Dan. I would. W-O-U-L-D. Would. I would love to play for Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell don't care about your analytics. Dan Campbell don't care about what people think watching the game. Dan Campbell has done something to this team that we don't have. Dan Campbell has built the dog in this team. Dan Campbell has built confidence. I'm telling y'all, this is this man's attitude. We're playing to win. End of story. I don't care about no record. I don't care about what's going on with the Philadelphia Eagles. We control our own destiny. We're not worried about the Eagles. We're the Detroit Lions. That's the mentality he's built in that team. They're not like us. The Cowboys, we're playing the same game we always play. We're hoping other folk lose. That's us. We're looking, and Dak Prescott has always tried to get that mentality out of us. But how do you get that mentality out of us? How do you get that mentality out of us when it's top down almost? The Detroit Lions team is a dog from the GM down to the water boy. And I believe we got a few dogs on this team. We could have some dogs on this team, but we have an owner that won't let them be dogs. Boy, I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't agree with Cam Newton on everything, but Cam Newton said something about Dak Prescott. And what he said about Dak Prescott, I couldn't help but put my head down and said it's true. Cam Newton said Dak Prescott's problem is Jerry Jones. Cam Newton said Jerry Jones won't let this man off the leash. Cam Newton said that. He won't let him off the leash. He won't. He won't let him off the leash. You say something that's you say something that's dogmatic, dogmified, Jerry Jones will come back behind you and say something cotton candy. Well, I understand. No, man. Those 90s teams, that 6-year stint of Jimmy Johnson's influence, Jimmy Johnson turned the whole team into nothing but ferocious, hungry bulldogs. That's all they were. That's why they didn't need Troy Aikman to be the leader of the team. They didn't need Troy Aikman to be the leader of the team. They needed Troy Aikman to be a leader on the team, not the leader. Michael Irvin was a leader. Emmitt Smith was a leader. Men on the line were a leader. Troy Aikman was a leader. Daryl Johnston was a leader. They had leaders on defense, men holding themselves accountable, holding each other accountable, who took on the characteristic of the coach. Jimmy, well, we watching right now ain't Jimmy. Y'all stop giving Jimmy all this credit. We ain't watching Jimmy. We watching, I'm done with football, give me my paycheck, Jimmy. But Jimmy with the Dallas Cowboys, from 89 to 93, That was dog Jimmy. Wait a minute. Who did what? Fire that guy. Fire somebody. Jimmy kept folk on tap to fire. Fire somebody. That's what Jimmy did. Jimmy built dogs on his team. Dan Campbell has built dogs on his team. They didn't even flinch. He said, we're going for it. We going for it on fourth down. Oh, wait a minute. Why would you take a risk on the game? Why you do everybody? I loved it. I know how Dan Campbell is. I've been watching him. When Dan Campbell went for it on fourth down, I didn't even flinch. I said, why not? Why not? King, what's going on, King Spade? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm about to. I'm not going. I want you to take this in a playful manner because we ain't trying to be hostile toward each other. Todd said we need a quarterback. I'm gonna destroy that argument. Now you don't need a quarterback. That's not your problem. You don't need a quarterback. The problem on this team is the GM and the coach, and the culture they built around this team. I'm telling you what has the Detroit Lions winning. Their coach is a dog. And he's turned his team into an absolute dog. Let me tell you how I know we don't. I'm gonna tell you how I know we don't need a quarterback. Anybody watch the game? Because I don't want to talk. Some folks don't watch the game. Some folks just be talking out of hatred. They don't watch the game. Anybody watch the game? Because I watched the game and I was laughing at the game and laughing at Dallas Cowboy fans as I was watching the game. Do y'all realize that Jared Goff, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and I don't mean this in a bad manner, but I'm gonna tell you something about Jared Goff. They know exactly what Jared Goff is. Jared Goff would be getting destroyed in Dallas, but not on Detroit. Do we not realize how many mistakes Jared Goff makes in some of these games? That Jared Goff literally almost cost the Green Bay Packers the game. But they're not like the Dallas Cowboys. They're not like us because they're not predicated on their quarterback. See, they have a Super Bowl team. The Cowboys want a Super Bowl quarterback, not realizing that Troy Aikman actually wasn't a Super Bowl quarterback. Troy Aikman was a good quarterback on a Super Bowl team. Great quarterbacks don't win on mediocre teams. You know how I know? Because Dan Marino was 10 times better than Troy Aikman as a quarterback. I bet you won't find anybody that'll tell you Troy Aikman was better than Dan Marino. I bet you won't hardly find anybody that'll tell you Troy Aikman was better than Joe Montana, Steve Young. And if folk really know football, they ain't going to tell you he was better than Jim Kelly, who went to 4 straight Super Bowls, but didn't have the team that Troy Aikman had. This ain't a knock on Troy Aikman, it's the truth. John Elway. Will you tell me that Troy Aikman was better than John Elway? Because I'll tell you crazy if you tell me he was better than John Elway. But he played on better teams than John Elway. And John Elway didn't start winning Super Bowls until he got a team, and then Terrell Davis ran him to 2 Super Bowls. The toxic side of the Dallas Cowboy fan base don't understand that all these teams we're watching right now, they're taking on the blueprint of the Dallas Cowboys from the 70s and the Dallas Cowboys from the 90s. You want to win championships? There are 2 things that travel well: defense and run games. I don't need a Super Bowl quarterback. You don't need a Super Bowl quarterback to win the Super Bowl. You need a Super Bowl team to win a Super Bowl. And the Detroit Lions, they have a Super Bowl team. They don't have a Super Bowl quarterback. Jared Goff almost threw him out of the game. He almost threw him out of the game. What did Ben Johnson do? Settle down. We ain't tripping. Settle down, Jared Goff. We'll run the ball. We will run the ball. We'll run the ball. Dan Marino was 10 times better than any quarterback. Troy Dudley. How many Super Bowls did he win? I'll take a Super Bowl team any day over a Super Bowl quarterback. Folk don't even realize it. Patrick Mahomes will give him all this credit. I watched him at Texas Tech. He didn't go for the national championship. But when they put a team, people don't realize Alex Smith had just took that team to the AFC championship game, and it wasn't his fault they lost. They put a super team around Patrick Mahomes, and there's a reason why Patrick Mahomes don't look the same this year, because he don't have the super team, but he still may have a Super Bowl team because he got a Super Bowl defense. Even Andy Reid understands you can't continue at that pace. Tom Brady, my favorite quarterback of all time. He is the GOAT of quarterbacks. Tom Brady has Super Bowl teams. You tell me anything you want to about Super Bowl quarterbacks. Wicked, you on here? Terry Bradshaw. Who gonna tell me that Joe Montana was better? Who gonna tell me Terry Bradshaw was better than Joe Montana? Who gonna tell me? Who gonna tell me Terry Bradshaw was better? You just go down the list. We could go down a litany list of quarterbacks. You gonna tell me Terry Bradshaw? I bet you won't tell me he was better than them, but I bet you what I'll tell you about Terry Bradshaw, he got 4 Super Bowls. You know why? Super Bowl team. People don't understand something about Jimmy Johnson in the 90s, y'all. Jimmy was prepared to go on without Troy Aikman, and he was prepared to go and do this thing with Steve Berline. He was ready to do it because Jimmy built a Super Bowl team. He didn't have a Super Bowl quarterback. He had a Super Bowl team that a good to great quarterback won on. We don't understand these things. We make this all about Dak. And as long as this franchise and this owner makes it all about Dak Prescott, this team, even after Dak Prescott, and this is why even after Troy Aikman, this team ain't won nothing. They won't win nothing. They won't. And we got a toxic fan base. We got a toxic fan base that we have taken on. Watch this. We've taken on the mentality of our owner. We have a toxic fan base that has taken on the mentality of its owner. An owner that says, Dak Prescott gonna have to do more with less. So wait a minute. So if I'm the head coach on this team, if the quarterback got to do more with less, I got to do more with less. If I'm the offensive coordinator on this team, if he got to do more with less, I got to do more with less. If I'm the defensive coordinator on this team, you telling me because if we sign the quarterback, I got to do more with less because he got to do more with less. Stupid. No one else is saying that but Jerry Jones. And now we got a fan base. Now we got a fan base that is so brainwashed. We're even dumb enough to think that because we signed Dak Prescott, that we are cap stricken and we won't be able to do nothing in free agency. Chat Sports has proven it. Mike Fisher has proven it. I've proven it. Anybody, you can go look at the numbers yourself. We already have $20-something million in cap space. That's for Micah Parsons. Explain the $122 million we're going to have in this next offseason. What we going to do with it? We've been brainwashed. Jimmy Johnson sit up there on FS1, sit up there on the Colin Cowherd show, knowing better than this stuff, knowing better than this, lied. I don't know what they're going to do with Dak Prescott's contract. Come on, Jimmy. Come, stupid. That's the exact reason why we signed Dak Prescott again. Because we knew when we put in those void years, we knew Dak Prescott already said it, y'all. We think Dak done. They asked Dak on Yahoo Sports, they said Dak Prescott. If there's a player out there, that the Cowboys can get in free agency in 2025, will you restructure your contract so y'all can do it? And Dak Prescott, like, these folks don't know football business. Dak said, that won't be necessary because the way my contract is structured, it will not prohibit us from signing any big fish in free agency. Folk don't know football business. The NFL is a football business. They already got switches in Dak Prescott's contract. Already. Flip the switch. Kick that money down the road. Void years. Put the money in those years. Soften up Dak Prescott's hit. They're going to free up $50 to $60 million in one flip. Then they're going to make another flip on CeeDee Lamb's contract. And CeeDee Lamb's contract, whether people understand this or not, it already freed up money. And when they flip that switch, it's going to free up more money. And when they cut Terrence Steele, they're going to free up money. And when they cut Zach Martin, they're going to free up money. And when they cut the safeties, they're going to free up money. The question is not the money. We keep talking about the money. Everybody get the same salary cap. Everybody get to manage it the same. The problem is we don't manage it the same because we don't have the GM that we need on this team. We got a toxic Dallas Cowboy fan base, and all we talk about is the quarterback. We've been doing it since Tony Romo. We've been doing it now with Dak Prescott, and we're going to be doing it after Dak Prescott. Because as long as we let our GM, I guess we call him a GM, the owner, he keeps brainwashing us. And I'm laughing. We keep talking about Dak ain't it. Jared Goff it? He ain't it either. If you're talking about him by himself. But if you look at what the Detroit Lions did, it's masterful. We're not letting Jared Goff throw us to a Super Bowl. Do y'all know that's what the Detroit Lions are saying? The Detroit Lions are saying, we're not letting Jared Goff throw us to a Super Bowl, and we definitely not let him throw us out of one, because he almost threw him out of that game last night. You know what Dan Campbell said? Hey, Ben, run the ball. Let's let Jared settle down a little bit. Run the ball. And then when he does pass the ball, I need you to do nothing but screens. Just give him screens. Give him short passes. Don't you let him do nothing down the field no more. That's what I want you to do, Ben Johnson. We don't understand football because we hate Dak so much. Y'all don't understand something. We keep talking about Dak. We don't have coaches that can hold a candle to these doggone coaches that are winning these games. We running around here arguing. I don't see nothing wrong with keeping Mike McCarthy. I see everything wrong with keeping Mike McCarthy. He ain't got the mentality of these other coaches. Dan Campbell is a man, I'm telling y'all, Dan Campbell is a dog. And I'm not talking about them kind you keep in your crib. Dan Campbell is that dog running around your neighborhood that as soon as you see him, you run in the house. You better hide the women and the children. You better hide the women and the children when Dan Campbell coming to town, because Dan Campbell ain't coming to tie no games. He ain't coming to play no games. He ain't coming to go in overtime. Dan Campbell is saying, I'm winning or I'm leaving. Bottom line. We ain't got that mentality. We got a coach running around talking about analytics. The analytics say, this man, I had to go look up some things this man was talking about. Dak Prescott said, we ain't practicing hard. Mike McCarthy said, oh, wait a minute, we are practicing hard. We need to practice better because the GPS says our workload is harder than it was last year, and we're practicing harder than we was last year. What? I had to go look this. I said, wait a minute, GPS? This man talking analytics. That's why he doing fake punts at the beginning of the third quarter against the Atlanta Falcons. You don't talk to me about Dak Prescott until you start talking to me about this coach and this GM, because it's the top down. It's the top down. Even the Bible tells us wisdom comes from above. It don't come from here. It don't and go up there. It comes from there and come down here. Man, I'm telling you. Jared Goff is not a Super Bowl quarterback. That's why Sean McVay said, you got to get off this team. Detroit said, we don't need a Super Bowl quarterback. We're going to build a Super Bowl team. That's why we're losing. We put it all on our quarterback. We give him one wide receiver. We give him no running game. On the defensive side of the ball, don't give Dan Quinn no linebackers. Dan Quinn is good enough. Let him go into the playoff game with safeties playing linebackers. Dan Quinn said, I'll do you one better. I'm going to throw the game. We'll say we stink and then we'll say it's Dak. No, we don't stink because of Dak. We stink because of the same stink we've had ever since we fired Jimmy Johnson at the end of the 93 season. That's the stink we have. We ain't building dogs. Everybody keep, the players, they got to be dog. Well, I'm sorry. You can't have a dog when your owner is not a dog owner. If your owner not a dog, how you going to be a dog? Man, I'm going to tell you something. I've had pit bulls. And I didn't have them, but my uncle had one. And when we used to go down there for the summer. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all don't know what a dog looked like. Show me what a dog looked like. I'll show you what his owner looked like. Show me what a dog looked like. I'm going to show you his coach looked like a doggone dog. Man, let me tell you something. I know what it means. Anybody who know what it means to breed dogs, watch how their owner treat them. Watch how their owner treat them dogs. How he feeds them dogs. How he trains them. I'm telling y'all, our problem, we keep talking about the quarterback. That's the least of our problems. That's the least of our problems. You can win Super Bowls with a quarterback worse than Dak Prescott. You don't need a Super Bowl quarterback. You need a Super Bowl team. And what we don't want to face is that we don't have a Super Bowl team. Dan Campbell got a Super Bowl team. And we don't want to admit it. I'm about to get to y'all super chats. I appreciate them. I'm about to get to them. But I'm going to show y'all something again. I'm going to even show y'all something about Green Bay. This is why they let go of Mike McCarthy. Because Mike McCarthy ain't a dog, and Mike McCarthy don't know how to build Super Bowl teams. Do y'all know Matt LaFleur has a Super Bowl team? They made Jordan Love. He was the highest paid quarterback in the league for a split second. Let me show you this man's stats from last night. Read it and weep. That's Jordan Love. That's Jordan Love right there. Jordan Love was 12 for 2,206 yards and 1 touchdown. That's Jordan Love. Green Bay ain't dumb like us. Oh, we're paying Jordan Love, and we're going to put everything on the shoulders of Jordan Love. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're going to go get Jordan Love a running game. We're going to go get him Josh Jacobs. We're going to get him a running game. And they're not done. They got a few wide. They got this kid, Christian Watson. They got a few pieces on the outside. Watch what I tell you. They're not done. They're going to keep building around Jordan Love because no one thinks like the Cowboys. We're trying to get a genie in a bottle. We want a Super Bowl quarterback. I'm sorry. I'm going to hurt your feelings. Troy Aikman was not a Super Bowl quarterback. He was a good to great quarterback on a Super Bowl team. Because why didn't he do that before Jimmy? Why didn't he do that after Jimmy? Why when Jimmy left, Troy Aikman fell off the cliff? Because they didn't have a Super Bowl team. And it starts with the coach. It starts with the GM. It starts with the coach. Owner, move out the way. All we need you to do is write the checks. Super Bowl owners get Super Bowl GMs. Super Bowl GMs get Super Bowl coaches. Super Bowl GMs build Super Bowl coaches with Super Bowl teams. That's what they do. They build Super Bowl teams. Man, I laugh at these. I laugh at us Dallas Cowboy fans. Man, if Dak ain't the biggest scapegoat for this, if Dak ain't the biggest scapegoat for this franchise, I don't know who is. We got an owner we know terrible. And we keep talking about Dak Prescott, who this owner don't even like. That's the very reason why we ought to know he is the right man. Boy, I'm telling us. We keep talking about what Dak ain't. Man, stop this stuff. There's worse quarterbacks that's won Super Bowls. Dallas ran the ball in the 90s because they could, not because of the fit. But you got to understand. But you got to explain to me then. So why didn't Troy Aikman carry the team after the run game was over, Troy? I'll wait on your answer. Because I've already showed it on here. You can't argue with the stats. You can't argue with them. You can move the goalposts, but you can't argue with them. Why did Troy Aikman fall off the boat after Jimmy Johnson? Why did he fall off the boat after they started losing players? Why? And you can't say he didn't have deficiencies. You can't say he didn't have deficiencies. He was 1-15 in Jimmy's first year. What was the problem? Don't give me players. Because he's a Super Bowl quarterback. Do we need players? Because that's what I keep saying. Dak needs players. Jared Goff needed players. Jordan Love needed players. Name me a quarterback this year. Name me one quarterback that their ownership, their GM, didn't go out and do two things: running game and defense. Name the team, I'll wait. But I'm not going to hold my breath because I'm not going to die for you. Every one of these playoff teams. See, when we start talking facts, we're going to start moving. I ain't moving. I'm giving you facts. I'm telling you what we're seeing. We keep talking Dak. Dak's the least of this team's problems. Every single one of these teams. Name them. Name the team. Name the team up here. Name the team up here that don't have a running game. Name them. Name the team up here who don't have a defense. Name them. Name that team. Name that team. Patrick Mahomes not even the top quarterback in the league this year. Name that team. Everybody talking about his slump. They're trying to explain it. He ain't got the weapons no more. That's the issue. I'm going to tell you something, man. You look real good when you got Tyreek Hill. When you good and you got Tyreek Hill, you look good. Without Tyreek Hill and you good, you look different. Show me. Y'all tell me who it is. Tell me the team that's in this playoff contention. Tell me the team that don't have the running game. Tell me the team that don't have the defense. And I'm going to tell you the team that's going to be gone. I'm going to tell you the team that's going to be gone. Because those teams that got the running games, those teams that got the defenses, and they don't necessarily have the quote-unquote Super Bowl quarterback. How do we know? So is Josh Allen a Super Bowl quarterback? Because if he is, why hasn't he been yet? I'm waiting. Does Josh Allen have deficiencies? You better believe he does. He's been a turnover machine. This is the first season he hasn't been a turnover machine, but he has deficiencies. What quarterback doesn't have deficiencies? We have been brainwashed by our owner, and we run around spouting some of the same stupid, idiotic things. And I'm not calling people stupid and idiotic, but I'm saying we're repeating stupid and idiotic things. You tell me the team that signed their quarterback. I'm waiting, y'all. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me the team that the owner said that when I sign my quarterback and I make him the highest paid player in the league, I'm waiting on you to tell me the team that said he's going to have to do more with less. I'm waiting on you. I don't want no excuses. Just name the team. That's all I need you to do. Name the team. Let me get to these super chats. I'm going to come back. I think I've already read Jay Recruiter. Rod, what's going on, man? Appreciate that $2.99 super chat. Pair character stretching his arm towards Ray Hope. Okay, that's an emoji you got right there. KC says, fire Mike, promote Zim, hiring OC from the San Francisco staff. I'm telling us, KC. I'm telling us, and people don't want to admit the facts. You can tell me anything you want to about Dak Prescott. I don't even have to argue with you. He's good enough to win a Super Bowl if you give him a Super Bowl team. Because if he don't need a Super Bowl team, then now you got to tell me which one of these quarterbacks won the Super Bowl without a Super Bowl team. Name them. Because I'm still going to wait on you. You going to name for me. Name me one of these teams. Because they've all pretty much paid their quarterbacks. Name me which one of these teams that said that when we pay our quarterback, he got to do more with less. We don't even realize what an insult and an indictment that is on that GM. It's an indictment. It's one of the craziest statements you could ever make. Name them. I bet nobody can name them. Name the team. Name the team. They didn't do it to they didn't do it. They didn't do it to Patrick Mahomes. They went and got him a running game and a defense. We already know what they did for Jared Goff. He loaded. It'll be a travesty if the Detroit Lions don't get to the Super Bowl. It will be a literal travesty. Name them. The Bills. We see what they did. He got a running game. He got a defense. They went and got him Amari Cooper. We know he's not a Super Bowl quarterback. How we know he ain't been? At least Jared Goff has been. Will we say Josh Allen is better than, will we say Jared Goff is better than Josh Allen? I dare you. I dare you to say I dare you to say Jared Goff is better than Josh Allen. I dare you. But his team is better. The team he went to the Super Bowl with was better than the team Josh Allen was on. We keep talking about quarterbacks, and I'm going to keep showing you teams. Jalen Hurts better than Patrick Mahomes? Jalen Hurts better than Josh Allen? Who taking Jalen Hurts over Josh Allen? Who taking him? You know what Jalen Hurts has been that Josh Allen hasn't been to? The Super Bowl. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We talking stupid. Super Bowl teams don't put it all on their quarterback. There's one Super Bowl team that did that, and they got their butt bounced right out of there, and they didn't go back again. It's the Carolina Panthers. That Super Bowl year for Cam Newton, I'm sorry. Cam Newton had a few good players, but he put that team on his back. Cam Newton put that team on his back. And if he would have jumped on the fumble, maybe we would have had even a different conversation. Cam Newton is the only quarterback I can think of that put a whole team on his back, and he didn't win. How much you bet Cam Newton wish he would have had a Super Bowl team around you? He'll tell you that now. He'll tell you now he wish he had a Super Bowl team. One of the worst things you can be as a quarterback, and some people think this is a knock, but one of the worst things you can be on your team is the absolute, unequivocal best player on your team, as in there's no one else around you. Don't give me these all pros. Jerry is very good at building top-heavy teams. Jerry gonna give you the superstars. He gonna give you the flash. That's always been his MO. But see, it was Jimmy. What he lost with Jimmy not only had the Aikmans, the Emmets, the Irvins, they called them the triplets, but he put that line together because that's the glue. The offensive and the defensive line, that's the glue. That's the gel. They literally determine everything for your team. You get them trenches, man, you can beat almost anybody. You can beat almost anybody if you get them trenches right. I'm telling us, you look at all these teams. You telling me the Steelers got a Super Bowl quarterback? They got a Super Bowl record. And matter of fact, we already know Russell Wilson is a Super Bowl quarterback. He been to the Super Bowl because he was on a Super Bowl team. You look at the teams that Russell Wilson went to the Super Bowl on. I could make an argument that Russell Wilson wasn't even the 9th best player on any of those Super Bowl teams. Everybody on that team, all the star players were better than him on that team. If you would have asked 15 teams, who would they take on that team first? I bet you they wouldn't have said Russell Wilson. This man had the Legion of Boom on that team. This man had Bobby Wagner, Marshawn Lynch. Russell Wilson had a straight-up team. It's teams that win Super Bowls, and we got to stop thinking it's quarterbacks because I'm telling you, even Joe Montana, go check the players he had. Go check them players. He didn't just have Jerry Rice. Go check them players. He didn't just have Jerry Rice. He had Jerry Rice and Roger Craig. Go check them players that Steve Young played with. Go check them players. You're very rarely going to find these Cam Newtons because when you find the Cam Newtons, they lose. There's a reason why John Elway kept going to the Super Bowl and losing. He didn't have the teams. And there have been greater quarterbacks than these quarterbacks that we're watching right now. And they never went to Super Bowls because they didn't have teams. They didn't have teams. And that's why when all the smoke clears, it's going to be the same way again this year. The best teams are going to the Super Bowl. The best teams are going to the Super Bowl. And that's why right now, it's between the Lions and the Eagles in the NFC. I don't see anybody else with a chance because they both got the best teams. They got teams. Running games, check. Wide receivers, check. Tight ends, check. Oh, I'm about to say something real controversial. Good to great play callers, check. We're going to have to rewrite the book on Kellen Moore. We're going to have to rewrite the book on this dude. We done hated too much on this dude. We're going to have to rewrite the book on him. We're going to have to rewrite the book on Kellen Moore. Because you can tell me anything you want to, but Kellen Moore right now, he looking better than Mike McCarthy. He looking better than Mike McCarthy. You tell me anything you want to, he looking better than Mike McCarthy. Super Midnight said the way you preaching will sound like gibberish to most Cowboys fans because they despise QB1 and other players on this team. Cowboy Nation is a cold nation. Oh boy, you wait till I get my transition in a minute. I'm about to transition in a way Suge it's going to blow everybody's mind. Wicked said, I will say, I would rather have Terry Bradshaw over Montana. Bradshaw was a showman. You said Bradshaw was a showman. But you know what, Wicked? Isn't it strange? Terry Bradshaw got 4 Super Bowls. How many quarterbacks can say that? How many can say it? Because, Wicked, I bet you folks will argue you till you dead that Troy Aikman was better than Terry Bradshaw. I'll tell you this, but Terry Bradshaw got 4 of them Super Bowls. Why? Because he had a team. He had a great team. He had a great coach, great GM, great owner. Jerry said we keep scapegoating Dak Prescott and letting the real problem escape blame. It's Jerry Jones. That's why I can't believe Jimmy didn't say that, but he didn't. Troy Aikman was better in the Super Bowl than Dan Marino. That's all that matters. No. Troy Aikman had a better team in the Super Bowl than Dan Marino, Marlon Brando, because Dan Marino is the reason why they got to the Super Bowl. Troy Aikman is not the reason that the Dallas Cowboys got to the Super Bowl. He's not. They had a super team. They ran their way to the Super Bowl. Those teams were offensive line and running game led. Troy Aikman couldn't touch Dan Marino if he wanted to. Troy stepped up? No, Troy didn't step up. You remember the game against the San Francisco 49ers in 1994 when he threw 3-4 interceptions? What did they do? Why did they go get Deion Sanders if Troy was enough? I'll wait, Marlon Brando. I'm not hating on Troy. I'm just going to tell you the truth about Troy that people don't want to admit. Troy Aikman was a good to great quarterback on a Hall of Fame team. Not Hall of Fame players, Hall of Fame team. I could dare argue there hasn't been a Cowboy team that enjoyed the luxuries that Troy Aikman had. Roger Staubach was way better, and he didn't have them weapons. Not them weapons that Jimmy amassed from that Herschel Walker trade, some 53 players. I'm not giving you to. You need more people. The numbers ain't showing you. And Troy didn't have to step up against those teams. You tell me. So the first time that Dak lost against San Francisco, when Troy lost against San Francisco, Jerry went and got Deion Sanders. Did he go get Deion Sanders for Dak Prescott? I'll wait. I don't know how old you are, but I was there. Not there, but I was old enough. I saw all this stuff. And the stats are showing it. You got to show me when Troy won without that super team. Because he was 1-15 before, 7-5, 11-6, 13-3. Oh, they got on the roll. Then when Jimmy left, won that last Super Bowl in that 95 season, and then it was 10-6 and then off the cliff. Explain it. Explain why he fell off the cliff. He fell off the cliff because he didn't have that coach. He didn't have those players. I'm telling us. Nisa, I'm just trying to tell us something, man. Better cue the oil. I'm just telling the truth. I'm tired of all the Troy Aikman lies. I like Troy Aikman too, but I'm not going to sit up here and tell no lies. Troy Aikman didn't win no Super Bowl. His teams win Super Bowls, not quarterbacks. Teams win them. KC said invest the money in the O-line and the D-line and get some dogs on the lines and then draft the wide receiver and safeties. They're going to have the money to do it. See, next year going to be the put up or shut up year for Jerry Jones. And that's why y'all not paying attention. Dak Prescott is starting to speak out because Dak Prescott said, I'm tired of all this nonsense. Everybody keep talking about me. I'm about to start pushing in my chips. I done got paid now. I done got paid. This is my last deal with the Cowboys, win or lose. Now I'm about to start speaking some truth. That's why he said, let Mike run the team. Now, don't let Mike run the team. I got some news on that too. Now, don't let Mike run the team. They need to get somebody in here who can really run a team because Jerry can't do it and Mike can't help him do it. You know what, Troy Dudley, and I'm not going to hate on Troy. But you're saying something. Why do you have to get ready? We keep talking about Troy. I'm not giving Troy the credit. When Troy wasn't ready, his team was ready. When you got a team that's ready, bro, it don't matter. It make everybody look ready. You can't tell me a player on that Cowboy team that wasn't always ready. Man, Emmitt Smith ran them into the history books. That line ran them into the history books. Troy Aikman ate off play action. He ate off play action. You want to know why his career ended? Because he couldn't eat off play action no more. I'm not making no arguments for Troy. I'm making arguments for the team. We keep talking about quarterbacks. No, teams. Teams win Super Bowls, not quarterbacks. Troy Aikman wasn't no quarterback on an all-right team. His all-right team was the 10-6 team. His all-right team was the 11-5 team. You got to explain it to me. If Troy was so ready when he threw the 3 or 4 interceptions against the San Francisco 49ers and they get down 28-7, now you got to tell me why Jerry Jones said we got to go get Deion Sanders. Explain it to me. Why did they need Deion Sanders to get past the San Francisco 49ers the second time? Why did they need him? Don't tell me they didn't need him. They needed him. No. The run game opened it up for Troy. Because if Troy opened it up for the run game, why was Troy not doing this before the run game? Nope. You need more people. Nobody's going to tell you that. Only you going to tell you that. Ain't nobody going to tell you that Troy opened up. What? You got to explain to me, how do you have a Hall of Fame line and the quarterback? This is nonsense, man. You don't need a quarterback to open up the run game when you got the best line literally that has ever existed. No, they're doing all the opening, the running and the passing. Man, this is pure nonsense. KC, I'll take Dak over Jared Goff too. But watch this, KC. But I'll take what Detroit has over what Dallas has. And I'm including Jared Goff. Better believe Dak Prescott's better than Jared Goff, but I'm not taking this team with Dak Prescott over Jared Goff on that team. That team is a Super Bowl team. Jared, no quarterback is it by themselves, not even Patrick Mahomes. Everyone needs help, and Patrick Mahomes is not the reason why they won that last Super Bowl. I'm telling us, Goff has the most stacked team in the NFL. I think that's fair to say. If Jared Goff does not go to the Super Bowl, and not Jared Goff, if his team don't go to the Super Bowl, it's a travesty. That team is too loaded. Nisi said Jared half of this fan base think number 4 plays wide receiver, running back, and defense for sure. I'm telling us, if Detroit don't win the Super Bowl, and I'm including beating the Kansas City Chiefs, It's a travesty. Needs to say that GPS like using that backup camera on your car. Sometimes you have to turn your head and look. That's what my wife do all the time. She can't use them things. Yep, they want Dak to be Superman, and Troy Aikman never had to be Superman. You can tell me anything you want to. I watched Troy Aikman play. I'm not no 30-year-old. I watched Troy Aikman play. Troy Aikman didn't carry this team, never. Troy Aikman never carried that Dallas Cowboy team. That Dallas Cowboy team was so good, man, I'm telling you, everybody knew the plays. The Dallas Cowboys could literally line up and say, hey, we running to the right, but there ain't nothing you could do about it. Because that's exactly what they did. Hey, we running to the left. There's nothing you can do about it. We're going to run up the middle. There's nothing you can do about it. And just when you stack the line to stop the run, Troy Aikman play action pass, Michael Irvin all day long. Ball game. It's hard to beat a team when they got to run a run game like the Cowboys had. I don't think there's ever been a team. I can't think of a team that's ever had a run game like the Cowboys had. I've never seen nothing like it. I've seen some things close, but I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. Mike McCarthy would feed the Eagles so well. You know Jeffrey Lurie and Holmes. man, I'm telling you. Woo, derail. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Used to feed our pit bull raw meat. That's what my uncle used to do. Man, my grandfather, man, they had a half pit bull, half boxer. This boxer half pit bull was so crazy. It was red, kind of like the blondish red nose, green eyes. Man, this dog was so crazy. Man, my grandfather, man, they took that thing out in the woods and let it go. It was that crazy. It was killing every dog in the neighborhood. Name was Maxine. Boy, that dog was straight from hell. And I'm not cursing. I'm telling you, that dog was literally from hell. Dan Campbell, a dog, y'all. Jay Recruiter. Tom Brady needed players. Say it, Jay Recruiter. Mahomes need players. What's going on, Bloodline? They all need players. They all need it. I be laughing, man. We make this like it's just that. They all need it. They all need players. And I'm telling us, what's going on, Sam Porter? I'm telling us, Jerry Jones is now a victim. And really, it's not even Jerry Jones' pattern. This is how teams played in the 70s, in the 60s. The run game was king. They didn't worry about those prolific passing games. They didn't care about that stuff. They knew how to win. You run the ball. That's what you do. You demoralize a team when you run the ball on them. You demoralize them. They didn't worry about demoralizing their teams with the quarterback. They demoralized teams with their run games. They demoralize them. And that's how you break teams. And that's why now you'll notice what these teams are all doing. They're all going back to the drawing board. Run games. O-lines. D-lines. They're going back to the basics. All of them are doing it. Even Andy Reid, because Andy Reid understands even Patrick Mahomes can't keep up at the pace that he's going. He can't. He can't do it. I also want us to look at something else. I'm going to skip ahead because we've had some good discussions, and some of the stuff I'll just save for tomorrow. I do live stream on Saturdays too. I want us to look at something that I saw that was mighty interesting. Mighty interesting. We may find ourselves stuck with Mike McCarthy. We may find ourselves with no other choice but Mike McCarthy. Oh yeah. I got a couple of things to show you. Let me go here first. I'm gonna go out of order of what I got, but there's a story here, and let's see here. So the Bleacher Report says Cowboys endorses, let me see if I can find this article. I'm going to connect this to something that I was talking about with Dak Prescott. Okay. Watch this. This is why this team is never going to win. I wonder if Dak Prescott wish he had to shut his mouth now. Cowboy Stephen Jones, whole team endorses Mike McCarthy amid Dak Prescott remarks. I wish Dak Prescott would have shut his mouth. And I'm going to tell you why I think Dak Prescott might have made this comment. Then I'm going to read some of the article. But do y'all know that Dak Prescott is 31 years old? And I'm not sure if Dak Prescott wants any change. I don't think he wants to learn a whole new offense, whole new language. I mean, the Texas Coast was supposed to be designed for Dak Prescott, and then Mike McCarthy went back to what he's calling the West Coast again. But we got to understand that Dak Prescott may have an ulterior motive. He doesn't want change. And maybe on the other side of this, Niecy and LaQueen, we talked about it. It could be reverse psychology that Dak say, I like him, then maybe Jerry won't like him. But I don't think that's the issue. I think Dak truly likes Mike McCarthy. And I think one of the issues is that Dak doesn't want change. And even if you got a play caller, you still wouldn't get change. And I want us to think about this. This is why you don't raise pit bulls around kittens. Because they'll start taking on the characteristic of those kittens. And Dak Prescott and even these players, I think they're endorsing Mike because I think they like the culture in a sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. They must like the culture. I don't think the D-Laws like the culture. I think Dak likes Mike, but I don't think Dak is thinking. This mentality this team has, this culture this team has, it's going to continue. And this is one of the reasons why Niecy and some others had mentioned this. You do not let the players run the team. And my problem with what Dak did, even though he's the quarterback, sometimes players know what they want, but they don't know what they need. Let me tell you something about Tom Brady. I believe this wholeheartedly. I don't believe Tom Brady liked Bill Belichick when he played for him. I don't think Tom Brady liked him. But I think Tom Brady respected him. And Tom Brady liked to be coached hard. And Tom Brady liked the fact that Bill Belichick was so no nonsense that Bill Belichick created an atmosphere of winning, of focus, of accountability, of a dog. Tom Brady liked all of it. He liked all of it. And I'll say this even about Troy. Troy, he took on the characteristics of Jimmy. And Troy liked how Jimmy coached hard. Accountability. Building dog in all the players. Everyone holding each other accountable. Everyone doing their job. That's a Super Bowl team. That's a Super Bowl mentality. Tom didn't like Bill. I don't think he liked Bill. I don't think Tom started liking Bill until after him and Bill's coaching quarterback relationship was done. And then he can start liking Bill. But when he played, he didn't like Bill. But he knew Bill was what he needed. And my problem with Dak and this team, they like Mike McCarthy. I don't think they realize Mike McCarthy isn't what they need. He's not what they need. He's not a dog trainer. That's not what he is. I mean, he may work at the front office of the facility. He may check the dogs in. He's not the dog trainer. That's not Mike McCarthy. He's not the dog trainer. If you want dogs, you got to get you a dog trainer. That's what Jimmy was. This team ain't had it since Jimmy. Parcells wanted to be the dog trainer. Problem is they wouldn't let him get the dogs. Because the owner doesn't know anything about dogs. He's the man that comes in, I like the puppies. He buys the kennel. He likes the dogs to do all the tricks, but that ain't what we got these dogs for, Jimmy. These pet bulls, man, these ain't poodles. We got pet bulls, man. We supposed to be biting and eating up other dogs. We're never going to have that. And when I see this team saying this stupid stuff, I guarantee you Jimmy will tell you. Now, everybody didn't like me on the team, but they loved him because they love what he brought to the team. They love that dog, that mentality that he had. Somebody that could even keep Jimmy at bay. I bet you Jimmy went all up in the videos and Jerry went all up in the videos when Jimmy was there. I bet you Jerry went up in there giving all the pep talks when Jimmy was there. It's this stuff right here. This is why this team ain't going to win. And if this team wins, it's going to have to win in spite of all this nonsense. It's just nonsense. Stephen Jones, when asked about Dak Prescott endorsing Mike McCarthy, I think our whole team endorses Mike McCarthy. He got skins. Ho. He ain't got skins. He got a skin. And I got a problem with this Mike McCarthy thing, and I keep saying it. I don't understand how you have Aaron Jones and you only get one Super Bowl. I'm sorry, that's crazy. Aaron Rodgers is not your... Now, a lot of folk looking at Aaron Rodgers now, they're like, my sons be like, Daddy, you be talking about Aaron Rodgers. No, y'all talking about Aaron Rodgers now. Y'all ain't talking, y'all don't understand who Aaron Rodgers used to be. And for this man to have that many seasons with Aaron Rodgers, it's dumbfounding to me. It's dumbfounding to me. And I will not be surprised if this team brings back Mike McCarthy. I've been saying it all season. This ain't nothing new for anybody that's been on this channel. I'm not going to be surprised that Mike McCarthy is going to be the coach on this team again. And I'm laughing. We won 2 games. Suspect. And everything now is okay. And people, I don't know. I don't see nothing wrong with keeping Mike. Okay, you're going to get more of the same. Mike McCarthy amassed a lot of wins with Green Bay. Only 1 Super Bowl. Only 1. And he had a super team. And I won't say he had a super team, but he had 4 studs at wide receiver. And that's why his West Coast offense worked the way that it did. I'm telling us, this is exactly what's wrong with this team. And I told y'all this the other day, and I'm going to tell you again. Hatred will make you settle for less. When you hate change, you'll settle for less. When you hate change, you'll get rid of what you need for what you want. When you hate change, you'll do so many. You don't even realize it, man. When we hate certain things, that's why we got to be careful what we hate. We deprive ourselves of things when we hate things. And I'm telling you, boy, Dak Prescott may live to hate the day when he said that about Mike McCarthy. I wouldn't want Mike McCarthy to be my coach. I just wouldn't want him. Speaking of coaches, so we got something crazy going on with with Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick is interviewing with a college team. And if I'm not mistaken, they're saying that he is, I think it's North Carolina. And I'm like, there is no way possible to me that Bill Belichick is going to start coaching college kids. I'm just like, that would be literally crazy to me. And I wonder if Bill is doing this to send a message to teams that if you not going to pay me or you don't let me do whatever, then I'm willing to go somewhere else. I don't know, but I just find it to be strange that Bill Belichick all of a sudden is now interviewing for college. I mean, that's crazy. Did y'all see this news? That's what I was thinking. It was North Carolina. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. But they're saying this is what's happening. But there's something else that I want to call your attention to. And this is another reason why I say we may be stuck with Mike McCarthy. We may be stuck with Mike McCarthy simply because I don't think there's going to be these other coaches that want to come here, because I think they have all been watching. See, we are the only ones who continue to eat the sauce and drink the snake oil of one Jerry Jones and continue to talk about our quarterback every time something comes up. But these other teams, they know what's going on. They know the story. They don't want to come to the Cowboys. Did I not say it last night? We're so arrogant. Like we're going to have carte blanche at whatever coach we want. Because why? Because we're the Dallas Cowboys? We're Barnum and Bailey three-ring circus. But we are so arrogant. We have a 10 to 25% toxic fan base with insane expectations, still living on a super team that came off of an improbable trade of Herschel Walker. We're still living on that. We're going to compare every quarterback to that. We're going to compare every coach to that. And then we got an owner that keeps talking on the radio. We got a owner and slash GM, a VP. They both have radio shows. The coach got radio shows. And all people do on this team is talk, not on the same page. It is nothing but a circle. I want you to see what Ben Johnson said about coaching. And I'm telling you, he was talking directly to Jerry Jones. This is being reported on Athlon Sports. It seems that the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, maybe the hottest name on the coming NFL coaching carousel, is doing just that. And one Dallas Cowboys insider believes that what Johnson has expressed in terms of his preferences have ended any connection between him and Dallas before it could ever begin. Y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. Y'all don't understand what I'm telling y'all on so many levels because you're blind. Some of y'all are hearing me clearly. For a owner to say, if I sign my quarterback, he's going to have to do more with less. So you're telling the coach that, the OC, and the DC. And then your team starts looking at said quarterback side-eyed. Oh, it's your fault that we can't get players. That's called creating a hostile work environment. And it's nothing but lies. All these other teams can manage the cap except for the Cowboys. All of them seem to be able to do it. They all seem to be able to make their quarterback the highest paid quarterback and still put players around him. Give him a running game. Give him 2 wide receivers. Give him a defense. They all seem to be able to do it but the Joneses. But Jerry Jones has created the greatest scapegoat. His name is Dak Prescott. No other team blames their quarterback like the Dallas Cowboys. The Buffalo Bills could clearly say the reason why they've only been to one AFC championship game is because Josh Allen is either throwing interceptions or fumbling the ball and keeping mediocre teams in the game. They could say that about Josh Allen. They could say Lamar Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens, he's thrown interceptions in the end zone and it's cost us the game. They could say that about Lamar Jackson. The San Francisco 49ers could say it's Jimmy Garoppolo's fault. He missed that throw. They could have beat Patrick Mahomes. They could say it's Brock Purdy's fault. They could be saying the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts, had he not fumbled that ball in the second quarter, we would have beat them. They all could be saying that. But no team says it like the Cowboys. Boy, you asked the Dallas Cowboys, why did we go to the Super Bowl? Quarterback, fill in the blank. It's always the quarterback. It's always the quarterback in Dallas. It's never nobody else but Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson. Boy, y'all don't understand, but Ben Johnson is about to speak volumes in this thing. Nietzsche said if this was 96, then yes, all coaches want to come to Dallas, but now the teams, it's not about football, but individual brands. Don't nobody want to come here. Telling y'all, only person that want to come here is somebody that want to get their feet wet coaching. All they want to do is survive, and they're going to go somewhere else. Watch this. Sports Illustrated Albert Breer, who is being used as the conduit in this case this week, announcing a trio of detailed thoughts on what Johnson wants. 1, watch this. If he agrees to interview with a team, it will be because he has the intention of taking the job. In other words, Johnson thinks he's about done with the courtesy interviews. That's number 1. But watch number 2. Organizational alignment between the GM and the head coach. It's over. It's over right there. Ben Johnson is speaking to the Dallas Cowboys. It's over. Right there. It's over right there. Ben Johnson is talking to Jerry Jones. Ben Johnson is talking to Jerry Jones. Because there's no other team I can think of. There's no other team that I can think of, high profile, that everybody keeps talking about needs a coach. Why do y'all think he said this? I can think of maybe one other team, maybe the Bears. But I know who he's talking to. He's talking to Jerry Jones. He wants organizational alignment. Y'all gonna call me a prophet before it's over. What did I say if a coach came here, what's gonna have to happen? There are going to have to be some agreements. I call it a prenuptial agreement, Jerry Jones. 1, I handle football business, period, end of story. All personnel, I don't want to hear nothing from you. 2, you're going to give me 1 trade. You're going to give me something in the draft. You're going to do something at the trade deadline. I want those 3 things. And 5, if it's me, I need you to stay out of the locker room after the game. I need you to stop coming in here giving these, quote unquote, you trying to give the motivational speech. Get out. Stay out of here. I need the same agreement you had with Jimmy. I do the football business, you do. I do the football business on the field, personnel. You do the football business upstairs. You sign the checks. I put this on X today. See, y'all need to understand something about Ben Johnson with them X's and O's. Ben Johnson is saying with them X's and O's, I need Jimmy and Joe's. I need Jimmy's and Joe's. My X's and O's don't look right without Jimmy and Joe's. Some folks don't understand that. It's not just the X's and the O's. You need the Jimmys and the Joes. And it's not just the Jimmys and the Joes. You need the X's and the O's. What have I been saying? Top down. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback, everything else. All the way down to the ball boy. We disconnected. We disconnected, discombobulated, disjointed. GM, owner, VP. I don't even know if they're on the same page. GM, owners, coach, discombobulated. Quarterback, coach, discombobulated. Quarterback, wide receiver, discombobulated. Defense and offense, discombobulated. Ben Johnson is saying something. I'm not coming in no mess. Ain't coming in no mess. That's what Ben Johnson is saying. Number 6. Yeah. You don't get my play sheet, Jerry. I'm not giving you my play sheet. Tell him. I'm not giving you my play sheet. I'm not telling you no. I'm doing what I want to do. This is what Ben is saying. He's talking to the Cowboys. That right there, he's talking to the Cowboys. You want to hear another statement for the Cowboys? Oh, let me give you number 3. Ben Johnson is preaching. He says in 3 per Breer, he'll be looking for recognition from the organization of the things that have gone wrong and a willingness to fix them. What? Strange, isn't it? Strange, isn't it, that Dak Prescott has been trying and no one's paying attention. Dak Prescott has been saying from the beginning of the season, I'm tired of taking the rap for this team. The owner talked too much. Mike ain't coaching hard. I like Mike, but he ain't coaching hard. What do you mean, Dak? We ain't practicing hard. What? Dak said it again. Said it again the next week. What are people doing when they're not at the facility? What you talking about, Dak? You talking about people doing podcasts? You talking about people who don't know their assignments? Dak said people need to know their assignments and know where they need to be. Dak said, I'm tired of taking responsibility for this nonsense. Ben Johnson comes out and says, what? He'll be looking for recognition from the organization of the things that have gone wrong. He's saying something. He ain't going to be Mike McCarthy. Ben said, I'm not Mike McCarthy. When Dak Prescott says, I'd like to see Mike McCarthy be able to run it his way, have more say-so in his coaching tenure, to do it the way he want to do it. Ben saying, I'm not Mike McCarthy. Will come out and say, I don't know what Dak's talking about. I don't know what Dak's talking about. I've had more control here than I even had at Green Bay. Stop it. Straight lies. And if it is the truth, now I'm blaming you. Now you get all the blame. Now you're going to get all the blame for these raggedy drafts that we've been having and we're still waiting to develop. Now you're going to get all the smoke for this plan to go with all these young players and let go of those veterans. You're going to get all the smoke now for Ezekiel Elliott and not bringing in Derrick Henry, not bringing in Saquon Barkley, not bringing in Nick Chubb, anything you name. Now we're going to blame you. Ben is saying something. I'm not Mike McCarthy. I'm not going to let Jerry slide. Watch this, y'all. I'm not going to let Jerry blame it all on my quarterback. I'm not going to let Jerry do it. Jerry has allowed his quarterback to be the scapegoat. Whether it be when he signs him. You know we paid you too much. Shut up. You ain't paying him enough for this nonsense in Dallas. To take the criticism from this fan base. Ain't won nothing in 29 years, acting like we've been winning like the Kansas City Chiefs and the New England Patriots. We still talking about, I'm laughing because we keep arguing about Troy Aikman and nobody else. And we can't even count the argument with Troy Aikman because he played during a non-salary cap era where you could basically say, hey, I want Deion Sanders the next season. Go snatch him off the San Francisco 49ers. I want Charles Haley in 92. Go snatch him off the 49ers. You could do that stuff then. Man, I'm telling us. Ben said, I ain't having it. Ben Johnson immediately took his name out of the running for the Dallas Cowboys coaching job. See, y'all don't realize that some of these people are starting to see what some of the people like me are telling us. Toxic fan base. Too much in the media. Terrible GM. Won't build a team. They're seeing this stuff. They're seeing it. But we've been brainwashed, not me. I say we because I'm a fan, but not me. Jerry's never brainwashed me. Everything I see on this team is everything that I've seen from Jerry ever since he fired Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson created this country club called the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones created that. Jerry Jones created this country club called the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones created it. And we keep using every quarterback we get as the scapegoat. And that's why I told y'all before, I bet you, I'm telling you, Deion Sanders was laughing when they was talking about, oh, if the Cowboys get Shador. Deion wouldn't let his son come to Dallas. I bet you Deion was laughing. Deion didn't even entertain it because he knew he wasn't getting nowhere close to that number one spot. And Deion didn't want no parts of the Dallas Cowboys. One, don't need them. Two, why would he want the headache? He can build a team any kind of way he wants to at Colorado. Why he gonna come here and be dealing with Jerry nonsense? Yes, sir. Personnel acquisitions. And I think that's the part he's talking about when he says organizational alignment, Revelation. Ben is saying something. I'm not gonna be like Bill Parcells. I want to buy the groceries. Robert? I wish somebody would tell our fan base it's not 1994 no more. I wish somebody would tell our fan base that it is not a non-salary cap era anymore to where you can go and get what you want. Janie, you better... Dak's had enough, Janie. I'm not going to be surprised. We're going to hear more from Dak Prescott. I mean, Dak saying, I'm tired of this nonsense. I'm tired of this nonsense. Freddie says the NFL itself is to blame for the lack of readiness in teams like Dallas. Do you realize that the NFL only allows 11 total practice seasons? You know what, though? Watch this. You make an excellent point, Freddie. But you know what's so crazy? That's what the players wanted. The players... with all the money they put into the Players Association. Man, I'm telling you, the money they put into the Players Association is astronomical. They wanted less practice rather than guaranteed contracts in the most brutal sport in the world. What? Insane. Insanity. They didn't fight for none of the stuff they should have been fighting for. None of that stuff. I'm telling you, man, this is a calamity. Alchemy, what's going on? That may be what it is. Jerry's way too afraid of another coach having control and him fall back in the shadows, terrified of more than a father, than that of father time. Alchemy. I'll tell you what I think Jerry is afraid of. Let me piggyback on what you said. I think Jerry Jones' biggest fear is this team winning another Super Bowl and he don't get all the glory. When Jimmy won that Super Bowl in 92, 93, Jimmy got all the credit. And isn't it strange when you think about it, Alchemy? If you ask anybody, because Jerry told Jimmy, anybody can win with this team when he fired him. Well, of course, Jerry. Because Jimmy is 75, 70, 75, 80, whatever you want to call it, percent of why you built the team. The way Jimmy built it, it's on autopilot. Even though it was missing something in 94, and Jerry said, okay, I got to get this Super Bowl. I got to prove we can win it without Jimmy, because I think Jerry saw that we were not going to win it without, we were not going to win a Super Bowl without Jimmy. That's why he went and got Deion Sanders. And Deion Sanders sealed the deal. Deion sealed the deal. And they beat Pittsburgh for the first time in the Super Bowl in the 95-96 season. But you know what's crazy, Alchemy? Even after they won that Super Bowl, Alchemy, guess who everybody said won that Super Bowl? None other than Jimmy Johnson. Jerry don't want to win another Super Bowl and not get all the credit. And I think that's one of his problems. A dude on here literally said Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl by himself. What? Hogwash. Joe Burrow had a flat-out team around him. A flat-out team around him. Wait a minute. What? Joe Burrow ain't went to no Super Bowl by himself. Joe Burrow had a team around him. But at the same time, there's also a reason why Joe Burrow didn't win that Super Bowl. Because the team that beat him had a better team. And there was some questionable calls, but hey, you know what? But Joe Burrow had a team around him. Joe Burrow ain't never been Cam Newton. I mean, Cam Newton, even though he had some players, I will say Cam Newton is the only player that we can make this argument for. He's really the only player that we can make this argument for. And I bet you, that even he, if he could go back and do it again, he would have rather had a roster. He would have rather had a roster than going the way that he went. Man, let me tell you something. Watch this, Jared. Let me tell you why the internet is undefeated. So somebody says that Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl by himself. Joe Burrow. Is this the season right here? The 2022 Super Bowl roster. So we saying Joe Mixon was nobody. Joe Mixon still balling. Wide receivers. Jamar Chase. Stanley Morgan. Alden Tate. T. Higgins. Mike Thomas. Tyler Boyd. Trent Irwin. And you telling me he didn't have no players? Stop this mess, man. Uzoma at tight end. Drew Sample. Mitchell Wilcox. The only place you could possibly even say that might have been some questions was his offensive line. But even then, it wasn't what Dak played behind this season and got hurt with. Man, come on. Man, even when you look at his defense, no, he did not go to the Super Bowl by himself. Joe Burrow had a team. He had a team. He did. We got to stop this nonsense. He got beat by a better team, I believe, and also by a better coach. I think Cam Newton's probably the only person we could ever make this argument for. And that's why Cam Newton got beat. That's why Cam Newton got beat. He got beat by a better team. The Denver Broncos were a better team, period. Joe Burrow had a team. No doubt about it. And there's a reason why you think about it. See, some of these people try to catch a genie in a bottle. And the Cincinnati Bengals tried to catch a genie in a bottle, and that's the problem right now. Yeah, that's what I just put up there. Joe Burrow had the best wide trio in the NFL. Yep, Higgins. Yep, Chase, Higgins, and Boyd. Just pulled it up. And we don't even want to call Mixon good. He was great. And CJ was great. Defense was good. I mean, nah, he ain't went by, man. He ain't went by himself. He ain't went by himself. Man, you need teams to win Super Bowls, period. It's in the story. You got to have teams. It's no other way to do it. And I don't want to, I want to play on a team. The NFL fined McCarthy not once but twice for working the players in pads early in his first camp. Yeah, I remember that too, Freddie. Yeah, and the players wanted that. And they gave it to him because, okay, you don't want to fight for guaranteed contracts? Because you remember it was, I think they were talking about striking. Oh, no, the NFL was going to lock them out. And I remember Shannon Sharpe was talking so hard about this because Shannon Sharpe was saying he couldn't believe that the players didn't hold out for what they really needed to get. Better benefits, more guaranteed money on these contracts. And instead, they settled for practice. Man, I remember Shannon Sharpe was furious about that. Boy, Willie T, you better say it. Man, you better say it. They missing Joe Mixon now. Boy, they are missing Joe Mixon now. Boy, he was special with Joe Burrow. He really was. He was special with Joe Burrow. You miss players like that, man. You really do. Because you need players. You need players to win. And that's why I say, man, y'all better listen to what Ben Johnson is saying. Ben Johnson is saying something. Cowboys don't want to get players. See, Cowboy fans are the only one who think this ludicrous stuff. Coaches are looking at this stuff saying, it's insane what they put around Dak Prescott. Dan Orlovsky even said, and he is the biggest Dallas Cowboy hater. Dan Orlovsky said that Jerry Jones unequivocally set up Dak Prescott to fail. McCarthy was doing good by doing that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I give him that. Players wanted the most legal marijuana. That part too. They were wanting stuff that didn't even make sense. And Shannon was saying they should have held out for more, held out to get better things. And so, yeah, they got played in that contract. And I don't know. They need to fire the president. I mean, the stuff that they paid to him is insane. I mean, not to him, but to the players. The money they paid to the Players Association? Nah, they should have better stuff than what they have. And I've been hearing this talk about Jason Witten. I've been hearing this talk about Jason Witten heating up. And I'm going to tell you what I believe the Cowboys might do. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys bring on Jason Witten. I will not be surprised if the Cowboys bring on Jason Witten and let Jason Witten sit up under Mike McCarthy for 2 years. Give Dak what he wants. Give some of these players what they want. Let Mike McCarthy finish out with Dak Prescott, Jason Witten be the new coach of the new regime. I would not be surprised. I will not be surprised. Jared, it ain't possible. They can't name them. That's why I said I ain't holding my breath. You can't name one quarterback. Man, you ain't naming one quarterback that won a Super Bowl by himself. I mean, the reality is, Jared, whether a lot of people want to accept it or not, if you look at a lot of Super Bowls, what really carried them are defenses or high-powered offenses. And even when they had high-powered offenses, they still had some form of defense. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they missing Gene Upshaw. I agree. They are definitely missing Gene Upshaw. And then, last story today, if I can find it. But Jerry said something that's even more diabolical. Jerry said something that is truly diabolical on 105.3 The Fan. I couldn't even believe it when no. Let me say, I could believe it, but it solidified to me everything that's wrong with this team. I'm going to cue it up real quick. Y'all give me just a second. I'm going to cue it up. And this is going to blow your mind when you hear this. I'm about to let y'all hear something that Jerry said on 105.3 The Fan today. And this is the epitome of how Jerry Jones thinks. Everything I've been saying on this live, Jerry is about to give you the epitome. Wait a minute. Jerry said Chiefs fans have tried to lie and say, man, Mahomes ain't done nothing by himself. He ain't done nothing by himself. He had a super team. That's why he hasn't looked the same since Tyreek Hill. He hasn't. He hasn't looked the same. That's why they went and got him a defense, because they knew they couldn't keep doing what they were doing. Willie T, he's not ready, but watch what they're going to do. I think they're going to put him on the staff, and they're going to let him take over. Watch what I tell you. They're going to let him take over. Brady fans say Tom Brady, but even Brady had Corey Dillon. You, man. Boy, you better say it. Not to mention Gronkowski. Needs to be studied. Didn't win a Super Bowl without him. I mean, towards them later times. I mean, man. Nah, he need players, man. There's no discussion on. You need players. Willie T, watch this. You just mentioned the salary cap. I want you to hear what Jerry Jones said on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones is about to say something that is the epitome of everything I've been talking about with Jerry Jones. Listen to this.
I have another financial question for you. Is in the NBA, a player like LeBron James or Luka Doncic, the best players in the league, they have a max out contract. You can only give them so much. It's a huge percentage, but you can only give them so much. The way NFL quarterback salaries are going, should the NFL look into a max out contract where a NFL quarterback can only get a certain percentage of the cap?
Now, I want y'all to listen to the question that 105.3 The Fan just asked. Y'all remember we talked about this already. Now, I want you to see what Jerry Jones does. Jerry Jones uses 105.3 The Fan. He uses the media to do some crazy stuff. And one of the things that he does, he tries to play in the court of public opinion. Did y'all hear what they just asked him? They're setting it up. They're already laying the groundwork for the quarterback salary cap. They're either going to take the quarterback out of the salary cap and have a special cap for the quarterbacks. This is the cap on the quarterbacks. Or they're gonna leave them in there and say this is how much they can get paid. But either way, they're gonna put a salary cap on the quarterbacks. That's the next big thing coming. They're gonna put a salary cap on the quarterback. They're gonna say this is the maximum amount of money you can pay a quarterback, because they don't want it to get in that $100 million stratosphere. And I don't find it to be strange. They're asking him this on The Fan. But Jerry's answer, y'all, listen to it. It is diabolical.
Listen, I can't and won't speak to that. That's labor. Although you're right in bringing it up, Jerry. You just said that it's just as cricket should be to talk about X's and O's and receiving and routes. It should be just as cricket to talk about the nuances of a cap. The facts are you have a sum of zero. You have a sum of dollars. Every club has the same amount. Every club has the same amount of draft picks. We all know how you get them, and it's where you finish. But if you spend that amount on one player, you won't have any left to pay the others. And so if that player doesn't need as many blockers, let's say that he can do without a few blockers, then it makes some sense to go ahead and load up on him to get him, because you don't have to have the blockers in front of him that another player might need. Same thing with a receiver as it pertains to a quarterback. It could pertain that way with a player. You take a player like Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders was so valuable so fabulous to the strategy of a game that you could put Dion out at the corner and the other clubs wouldn't even throw that way. They wouldn't go there. Well, that's worth an extra player. Or you could have one less and still pay him. So there's all kinds of ways that you figure the value of a player, and you've got to coordinate with what you're trying to do, your scheme. And, again, I don't want to make it sound convoluted, because there will be this year only one team that did it right, and that'll be whoever wins the Super Bowl. The rest of us screwed it up if we're not the one to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Did y'all? Are we not understanding what Jerry just said? Jerry just said, do more with less. Jerry said, when you give one player so much money, there's no money left for other players. Okay, that makes sense in a normal setting. But now, Jerry Jones, now you got to explain then, how's everybody else doing it and you can't? How? How's everybody else doing it? Have y'all noticed? Have y'all not noticed? What other team talks about the salary cap? What other team? What other team talks about the salary cap? The Philadelphia Eagles keep signing their players. Why are they not talking about the salary cap? Patrick Mahomes is on a 10-year deal. And a lot of folks don't realize they keep going in, tweaking that salary so he can continue to be maybe not the highest paid, but in the highest paid conversation. And they still keep putting players around him. Detroit Lions put a plethora of players around Jared Goff. Buffalo keep putting players around Josh Allen. Tua Tagovailoa got players around him. Kirk Cousins got players around him. Why is it that all these teams can do what Jerry is saying can't be done? Why? How are they doing it? How are they doing it? Jerry uses the media in Dallas in particular. Jerry uses the media in Dallas to brainwash a lot of the fan base. Pure lies. Pure, unadulterated lies. The reason why the Dallas Cowboys are bad with the salary cap is because they're bad with the salary cap. There are too many people. I keep hearing talk about this. It's just like when you do your taxes. Do you do your own taxes if you own a business? Or do you go get a certified tax person to do your taxes? Because if you are doing your taxes, I'm going to tell you, stop doing it. I have a tax person to do my taxes. Because I don't know enough about taxes to do the things I need to do to make sure I'm not paying all kinds of money. That's what they do. Jerry is trying to be owner, GM, part-time coach. And I don't believe that Jerry don't know how to do the salary cap. I don't think he wants to do the salary cap because Jerry only wants this team to be popular. And Jerry wants to continue to use his quarterback as the scapegoat while doing absolutely nothing. He's going to keep doing it. He's going to keep doing it because he's brainwashing folk. Troy, you're not making sense. Let me interrupt myself for a moment. If the Cowboys did not need Dion, why did they get him? Why did they get him? If they didn't need him, why did they get him? Why did they get him then? No, Deion was the difference in the Super Bowl. He was the difference in the Super Bowl because he was the difference. You can't. Now you're going to stop, bro. Troy, I can go with you on some things. You got to stop this. You got to tell me. You said that he's not the difference. So now you're going to have to explain to me. How does Deion go to the 49ers and they go to the Super Bowl, and then he goes to the Cowboys and they go to the Super Bowl? Make it make sense. Your argument is already defeated. You can't minimize what Deion Sanders did. You cannot minimize what he did. Wide receiver, punt returner, and cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys. He was Travis Hunter way before Travis Hunter. You got to explain to me that if he went to San Francisco, they go to the Super Bowl. Why don't they go to the Super Bowl the next year when he's not there? Your argument is broken. Your argument is absolutely broken. And I'll even go even further. He's the very reason why the Cowboys didn't beat the 49ers. It was Deion Sanders' play on Michael Irvin. Cheating or not. Deion Sanders' play on Michael Irvin is exactly the reason why they didn't go in 94. Yo, man, you are definitely, hey, man, all respect, but boy, you are being so disingenuous. You go now, I'm gonna tell you, the more you make up, the more you're gonna have to make up. The more you make up, the more you're gonna have to make up. Deion was him. Period. End of story. Deion was him. What? Man, the Cowboys could have went and got anybody but Deion. Your argument is falling apart. They could have got anybody but Deion. And you still not answering the questions. Who stopped the Cowboys from going to the Super Bowl in 94? Deion Sanders. I find it to be strange that Deion is on the 49ers in 94 and the Cowboys don't go. Deion not on the 49ers in 95 and the 49ers don't go. Who's the common denominator? Now, I'm not a mathematician, but I just know a little bit of math. Who's the common denominator? Who's the common denominator? Man, you got to stop. Come on, man. Man, you got to stop. Man, Deion, one of the most pivotal players in NFL history, bro. Yep, I'm with you, Jerry. Jerry ain't trying to manage the cap. Jerry likes to make excuses about the cap. Jerry could be doing plenty that he won't do. That's why I think it's either Micah Parsons' brother or Dak Prescott brother. I think it might be Dak brother. He said that Howie Roseman has to be the best GM in football because he keeps doing exactly what Jerry said he can't do. Jerry too concerned about the value of his team. And folk don't realize it, but Dak Prescott equals big drama in Dallas. Dak Prescott has to be the most polarizing figure in football. Don't nobody talk about anybody like they do Dak Prescott. Nobody. Willie T, I'm just telling them, man. We don't even have to talk about the Dallas argument, Willie T. It's not the Dallas argument. It's the 49ers argument. So if the Cowboys don't go in 94 when Deion's on the 49ers, why don't the 49ers go in 95 when Deion is on the Dallas Cowboys? Common denominator, Deion Sanders. You can't argue it. Can't argue it. Man, Deion was crazy with it back in the day. Man, people do not understand. People think Travis Hunter, and I'm not saying Travis Hunter not good. Travis Hunter is great. Man, he ain't Deion. Boy, he was not. He ain't Deion, man. He ain't Deion. Deion was different, man. Deion was different. Don't believe it ever helps you just to give any quarterback less on purpose. Man, you got to give the quarterback all he needs. Jimmy was smart. People don't understand how smart Jimmy was. Jimmy made a point. He put everything he could around Troy Aikman. Y'all ready for this? I'm about to make a point I've never heard nobody make. What's the formula for winning national titles in college? What's the formula? The formula for winning national titles is simple. You ever notice what they do in college? I don't care how good the quarterback is. I don't care how good the quarterback is. Anybody ever realize what they do in college? They load him up with players. Jimmy, in a non-salary cap era, traded Herschel Walker, had his ears to the ground, fresh out of college, knew personnel, knew the personnel in the pros for at least, a lot of the personnel in the pros over those for at least a 6-year stint. Jimmy knew all of them. Knew all of them, knew of them, knew people who knew him. Jimmy had an inside track that folk don't understand. He had an inside track. He knew players. He knew their abilities. He knew their coaches. He knew so many things. And he used an age-old formula that they still use in college football to this day. Has anybody not noticed? Tell me, any of the top 10 teams right now, I bet you'll tell me the same thing. They're all loaded. They're loaded down on defense and offense. They're loaded. And the ones who are not loaded, they're not going to win. There's a reason why these quarterbacks, they be so highly touted when they're in college. They're loaded. Anybody not realize Shedeur Sanders is loaded? He's loaded with players. The longer they keep going, the more they load them down. And Deion already got the new quarterback they're going to have. Deion already loading them down with players. Loading them up. You know why Alabama quarterbacks? They rarely come to the pros. Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts are the first two we've actually seen come through and been pretty good. And even them, you ever notice they're not tearing up the league? There's a reason. Because Nick Saban loaded his quarterbacks down with players. We don't even realize what Jimmy Johnson did with Troy Aikman. And that's why Troy Aikman fell off a cliff after Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson used the tried and true way of winning championships in college. Jimmy brought it to the pros. You know how they win in college? I don't care how good the quarterback is. They load him up with players. They do. They load him up. Why? Because it's all about recruiting. And there's no limit to the amount of good players you can have. So if you can recruit good players, boy, your quarterback is about to enjoy a treasure trove of success because they're going to load him down with players. That's what they do. Tell me I'm lying. That's exactly what they do. And that's exactly what Jerry did. That's exactly what Jimmy did. When Jimmy came into this league, he knew what Troy Aikman needed, players, and not just a few, a bunch. Why would you limit your quarterback? Why would you say we got enough? Troy don't even understand the statement he made. Doesn't even make sense. Does a quarterback ever truly have enough? No, you give him as much as you can give him. You give him as much as you can give him. If you can get first rounders on every position, give them to him. It's not about being enough. You give him everything he needs. That's what Jimmy did for Troy. Jimmy knew what Troy was. Don't be dumb. Jimmy knew what Troy was. This is how they build college teams. This is why Jay Recruiter, I think, is the one who brought it up, or maybe Freddie. This is why when Jimmy went to Miami, they would not let him do the same thing with Dan Marino. Jimmy wanted to trade Dan Marino, get a bunch of draft picks, build a super team again. They said, no, you're not doing that to the legend. You're not doing it. And when you look at the non-salary cap era, it resembled college a little bit more because they built dynasties. Because literally there was no salary cap. So You could pay guys if you wanted them. You want to pay him more than so-and-so, you could. This is why Deion Sanders flipped from San Francisco to the Cowboys. You could do that stuff. You couldn't do it today. You can't do it today. Rossman signs a lot of players for the Eagles, but tell me how many trophies have the Eagles lifted? They got that one, and they've been to another one. Don't tell me they have gotten there. Tell me how many times they've won it. So they won one, so they're 1-2. And I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting them out against the Detroit Lions. I think it's going to come down to Detroit and the Philadelphia Eagles. And when I look at both of those teams, I'm going to look at the X factor on both of those teams. I think the one place the Eagles, well, actually, I don't know if it's two, because I would say Saquon is better than the Detroit Lions running backs, Montgomery, I think, and Gibbs. But I'll take Gibbs and Montgomery over just having one Saquon Barkley. Because if Saquon Barkley gets hurt, knock on wood, don't want that to happen. And don't get me wrong, 14 behind him is good, but that Saquon drop-off would be hard. But with Detroit, I think you can still carry on because both of those running backs are good. But if it comes down to Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff, I'm taking Jalen Hurts. Because at the end of the day, Jalen Hurts can pull the ball down and run it. At the end of the day, the tush push, the goal line stuff, the fourth and one, the third and one stuff, I'm taking Jalen Hurts all day long. The Eagles can grind you out and beat you. Antoine, what's going on? Jerry Jones' problem is he thinks he's the smartest person in the room because he has the most money in the room. I 100% believe it. But Jimmy was fresh out of college, was his extra edge. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Willie. People don't understand it. He not only had the edge because he knew all those players, but number two, that Herschel Walker trade, people got to understand, Jimmy built the 90s Cowboys. And let's stop saying the 90s. The 90 through 95 Cowboys. Jimmy built them like a college team. It wasn't good enough to have a good quarterback because I'm telling us, I don't have to keep showing Troy Aikman's record. Troy Aikman literally had about 4 years of dominance. And after that, shoot, off a cliff. Literally off a cliff. I mean, if you look at him on a graph, it's just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Jimmy built the 90 through 95 Cowboys like a college team. You get you a good quarterback, and he could be great. But you get you a good quarterback, and you put great players around him. Emmitt Smith wasn't good, he was great. Michael Irvin wasn't good, he was great. Dallas's offensive line wasn't good. It was nowhere in the stratosphere of good. It was great. Even their defense, they added not good players. Charles Haley was great. When they added Deion Sanders, he's not good, he's great. Kevin Smith was great until he got hurt. I mean, the Cowboys had Darren Woodson. I mean, great. I mean, the Cowboys didn't have just good players. They could, I bet you 80% of the players could be Hall of Fame. Daryl Johnston wasn't a good fullback. He defined the fullback position in the 90s. He defined it. Jerry built that team like a college team. You get you a good quarterback and you put great players around him. That's what you do. You build it like a business. Do y'all know what a business does? People who have businesses, they're not the smartest people in the room like Antoine Bates just talked about. No, they get people that are smarter than them around them. That's how they become ultra successful. That's how they do it. When Jimmy came to the NFL, he knew what players were good. Yep. Jerry had been in the living room. I mean, Jimmy had been in the living rooms. He tried to recruit some of them. Jimmy knew the ins and the outs of these players. Jerry said Alabama at one point had 4 wide receivers that were first-round draft picks. Judy, Henry, Ruggs, Waddle, Devontae. That's how Jimmy built the Cowboys. That's how college teams are built. I mean, that's why I'm afraid for Shedeur Sanders. Look at how they're built. Look at how the Colorado Buffaloes are built. Top to bottom. I mean, just wait until he's gone. Boy, they really going to do it up. Burrow had both Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase at LSU. That's how they build college teams. That's how they build them. Our problem is Jones won't listen to McClay. I believe that too. I don't believe he'll listen to Will McClay. I don't believe he'll listen to him. Matt Leinart had Reggie Bush, Lindale White, Dwayne. Man, what? And then we wonder why Matt Leinart didn't look the same. Jerry, we wonder why he didn't look the same when he came to the pro. Man, we wonder why these dudes don't be looking the same. Eagles are better than Detroit. I think so too, Lone Star. Man, Jared Thomas, Burrow also had Clyde Edwards, Elliott at running back. Mahomes personally chose in the draft, and Reed Oblige. He's been hurt a lot in the NFL, but in college he was a beast at LSU. This is what they do in college. And even if you look at Detroit, you look at Howie Rosen, you look at what both of them are doing. Let me put some respect on this guy's name in Detroit. Let me put some respect on this guy's name. You stop saying the guy, Brad Holmes. I think his name is Brad Holmes. Let me put some respect on this man's name. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Brad Holmes. But this is him right here. Let me put some respect on this man's name. This man is doing his absolute thing up in Detroit, boy. Put some respect on that man's name. He's built the Detroit Lions like a college team. Because the reality is, I'm just saying based on what I've seen over time, this has been one of the Cowboys' problems. And we can love it, like it, or hate it. They've just put too much on Dak Prescott. They put too much on Tony Romo. This is why Bill Parcells was complaining, because Bill Parcells understood Tony Romo needed more. Tony Romo needed more. He did. Tony needed more. Like Troy had a treasure trove of players. He needed more. Just like what they've done with the Detroit Lions. They took Rams, threw him away, and said, okay, we'll take him. We'll just put more around him. We'll put more around him. Don't forget, and Willie T, you think about it. They coasted, but don't forget, and they still got Dion. They still had a lot of that team intact. And yeah, I will say that Troy helped wheel that team, but I think he had a lot of help. Mike, Emmett, Dion. Dion came on that team and made an immediate impact. An immediate impact. Him and Mike were very close. And people don't understand something about Dion as flamboyant as he is. Deion Sanders is a very hard worker. Very hard worker. I was watching something he was talking on the other day, and he said because he knew he was good early, Deion said he worked all the time. You don't see that from these guys, a lot of these guys today. They be so good, they don't put no work in. Deion said he knew he was good. That's why he put so much work in. He knew he was good. And when you know who you are, that's why I say, when a man don't make you, he can't break you. The Eagles are better than Detroit, but Saquon certainly has them looking that way. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Jimmy retired at Miami for 2 reasons. One, his team got their collective buzz handed to them by Coughlin coach Jag teams. Boy, yeah, I remember Coughlin with them Jags. And second reason why Jimmy quit from Miami was because the owner refused to allow him to trade and do another Walker trade Marino. Yeah, they wasn't trading Marino. Marino was the franchise. Saquon is looking like Penn State Saquon. Boy, you better believe it, real Daryl. He is. True. Jimmy had great position coaches, and remember who called the plays. Yeah, I'm telling you. And you know what, Troy? Jimmy coached. I like the way Jimmy did it. Jimmy coached. He really did. Jimmy coached. CD played with Baker Mayfield. Yeah. He surely is. He got Giants looking stupid. CD played with Kyler and Jalen Hurts. Man, I'm telling you, the college way of doing things is you get your. Oh, that scared me. Hold on a second. You get those college coaches, and what they do is they recruit a lot of great players to go around the quarterback. And so when you think about what Dan Campbell has done, Dan Campbell, and let me not say Dan Campbell, let me get this man, put some respect on his name again. Brad Holmes, unlike Jerry Jones, Brad Holmes, y'all, knows exactly what Jared Goff is. Dan Campbell knows exactly what Jared Goff is. Ben Johnson knows exactly what Jared Goff is. And they made sure. And if it's me, I don't want my quarterback throwing me to the Super Bowl. I want my team to take me to the Super Bowl. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want my team. And what we're watching with these doggone Detroit Lions. Yeah, man. Yeah, Deion wasn't the same after 95. I mean, when you that fast, I don't know. Man, when you that fast, Willie T, I don't know, man. Probably messed up his feet. Yeah, North Turner and Zampese set that offense up to roll through the NFL. Yep. Fred said that story thing with you, but you said that Jerry has set up the boys to fail, right? So if that is so, why are you saying that the boys will make a ferocious run at the Super Bowl next year or the next? Because, Freddie, I believe Jerry is going to do something in free agency next year. I think next year is going to be the year. I think he's going to make a ferocious. I think he's been listening to a lot of the talking. I think he's going to make a splash. And you think about it, Dak said if that big fish is there, Dak said, the way my contract is structured, it will not stop us from getting that big fish. I think Dak has been in on all of this all along. I think Dak knows some things he's not talking about. I think Jerry is going to play in free agency this time. I do. I think Jerry is going to make a play in free agency without a doubt. I do. I think he's going to do something very uncharacteristic. I think Jerry is going to go out and make a huge play. I do. I don't know who, and I'm hoping everybody keep talking about Stephon Diggs. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I don't want it to be Stephon Diggs. But I do believe the Cowboys, they are going to make a ferocious run, and we're going to see what they're going to look like in that 2026 season. I think they're going to get in this draft. I think they're going to get a wide receiver. I think they're going to get a running back. I think they're going to get a couple of more pieces, probably do something in free agency, maybe a trade even, and I think they're going to make a ferocious run. Because the only person that can change this narrative is it's Jerry. Jerry's the only one that can change this narrative. Because right now, man, people, that message from Ben Johnson ought to be speaking volumes to Jerry. It ought to be speaking volumes. Jerry's going to have to change this narrative. If not, I mean, it's just going to continue to be the same thing no matter what. Purple Soul said, I think the Lions should have lost the last two games. Boy, they've been close. The Lions one was very suspicious, Purple Soul. That Lions game was very suspicious. Chicago coach had messed the Thanksgiving game up, and refs took the Green Bay touchdown away at the end of the game. Man, I'm telling you, that doggone, man, that Chicago game had me kind of wondering. No offensive PI at that. You know, it's almost like this. You got to think about it. I don't want to go to the conspiracy theories, but I got to say it for what it is. I remember that same time they were talking about the Philadelphia Eagles hadn't went to a Super Bowl that season, and everything that happened was like they were going to the Super Bowl, and they went and won. So we got the same thing going on with the Detroit Lions. Storyline. Detroit Lions going to the Super Bowl. We got the other storyline with the Kansas City Chiefs trying to get the three-peat. Detroit beating the Kansas City Chiefs for the three-peat, and the Kansas City Chiefs getting that Super Bowl that they so desperately need. But I'm actually hoping that the Philadelphia Eagles didn't get the memo and they beat Detroit. See, Willie T, that's where I am. And that's what we got to start thinking and start holding Jerry accountable for. We don't want to hear no more of your Dak Prescott talk. We don't want to hear no more of your contract talk. Well, you know what he is. You signed him. We don't want to hear no more complaining. You signed him. Go put players around him. You're going to have $120 million under the cap next season. Go make it happen. Go do what you did in 92, 93, and 95. Go make it happen. No more excuses. Yep, just get tired of the media narrative about Dak from guys like LaShawn McCoy and say that Dak Prescott is not as good as he hyped up to be. You know what? And the problem become, and Shady McCoy is one of the most fraudulent people out there. 2 Super Bowls didn't play her down. But let's stop. Why does Dak have to be Superman anyway? Go out there and put a team around him. No more excuses. We keep saying Dak, no more excuses. How about no more excuses for this ownership? You signed him. Now do what you need to do to help him win. Miami Hurricanes national championship coaching staff. Yep, we'll see that 80-year-old leopard change his. Robert, I'm hoping against hope, but I think he's going to do something. Failure this year, next year, he moving for sure. Yeah, I think they're going to try to make a run. They're gonna do something. Jerry will only pay in free agency if he gets Belichick. I hope they do something. Steph Diggs is the big fish. Man, I hope not. L.A. Dot, what you think about that? I don't want Stephon Diggs, man, especially after coming off a knee injury. Man, he 31, going to be 32. Jerry says he says stupid stuff like that gets nothing but positive hype, only to choke in the playoffs. Man, I don't know what rock. And Emmanuel Acho actually called him out. No, James Jones actually called him out on it and said he don't know what rock he been living up under, but Dak don't get nothing but hate. Freddie says, so G, you saying I was right when I said that Jerry would tell Steven, get out the ball, let the old man show you how to wheel a deal. I think he gonna do something, Freddie. I'm with you. I think he gonna do something. I do. I got a strange feeling, man, he gonna do something. He has to. I mean, he just signed Dak Prescott to this crazy deal. You got to cash in. Purposeful said, me neither, G. I love Stephon. I don't need Diggs, brothers. No. And, man, I be hearing weird stuff about Stephon, man. I mean, this dude be doing some out-of-pocket stuff. And we have to see how Stephon is after the injury. And guys ain't never the same after that injury the first season. Yep, running backs and wide receivers get a D tackle in free agency. Ooh, yes. Yes, get one already established. He dabbled a little getting Gilly. Ooh, man, Gilly paid off, didn't he? Stephon Gilmore, Miss Matrix, he paid off. I don't think Cooks paid off, but Gilly, man, I wish we'd have brought him back. I wish we'd have brought Gilmore back. Gilmore balled. He did. It's not Dak, the defense choke. Way more than Dak, man. Dot, come on, for real, man. For real. The refs helped the Lions beat the Packers. The refs been helping the Chiefs beat people too. Go back and look at that illegal shift that was actually a false start. The refs have been helping the Lions all season. It's low-key set up for them. Oh man, these storylines, I'm telling you. I hope that the Eagles don't get the memo. L.A. Dot said if you get scored on 8 drives straight, it's hard to keep up. Boy, it is, man. It is, for real. It is. Freddie says, don't know about the refs helping Detroit, but I know for sure that the refs are helping KC. Woo, man. Man, it's true. Jerry, we go as far as that. Gets on my nerves. So disrespectful. So disrespectful. Purple Soul, I went to see Detroit in the Super Bowl. Okay, so they have been to the Super Bowl? It must have been a long time because they really been hyping them up. Shady McCoy loves Josh Allen. Why doesn't he have the same energy for Josh Allen? Positive hype to choke in the playoffs. Sounds like Josh Allen and even Herbert. Boy, man, Herbert can barely get there, but Josh Allen, one AFC championship game, that's it. Diggs would be good for Lamb as a mentor. He would show him how to man up when he is pushed in the back. Well, we know he'll show him how to throw hands. Gallup wasn't the same after his injury. Nope, wasn't the same. I used to root for the Lions, but their coach turned me off. He was so invested in embarrassing the Cowboys that he risked his players' health and lost Hutchinson. Man, yes, he's going to regret that too. Getting Gilly and Cooks is still bottom feeding. Yep. And I did like Gilly. Cooks. I think they paid too much for Cooks. I think they could have did better with that money. Okay, that's what I thought. Detroit never been to a Super Bowl. And I think they're trying to get him there. Yeah, I think they're trying to get him there. They're helping themselves too. They have a great team. I'm not taking anything away. I got to get this guy's name in my memory. Brad Holmes. Yeah, they're doing a lot to help themselves too. I'm not going to take anything away from that part. But I'm definitely interested to see how the season turn out, because I think the Philadelphia Eagles are built to go to the Super Bowl too. They have a running team that's second to none. When your quarterback is a part of your running game and the way Jalen Hurts is, ooh, they're going to be hard to stop because he always gets to have the ball in his hand. They are. Jerry says it's hypocrisy. Allen gets Mahomes' excuse, but Dak Prescott lost Mahomes' clone as a rookie. Yeah. Boy, the Dak hate got to be studied, man. Plus, there's like a montage of NFL players all saying how dirty Detroit plays. For real. I mean, they talking about the Detroit Lions, boy. Yep. The NFL storyline is like the WWE. For real. For real, D-Rail. I mean, there's no getting around it. And you know what? Detroit Lions also. Their DC. This guy, Aaron Glenn. When I tell you, Aaron Glenn, put some respect on this dude's name. Do y'all know this dude has almost, if not more, injuries than the Dallas Cowboys had on their defense? And he's still doing his thing, even though he did give up 31 last night. But they just like next man up, and they keep rolling. Troy, you think the Bills going? It's look like it's shaping up like that, but I don't know. I said the other day, somebody said I was crazy, but I think the Bills and the Steelers could possibly be better than the Chiefs. But we'll see when it's all said and done. Jared, you're right. The Dak Prescott hate does need to be studied. It's insane. Yeah, it is. I'm going to do a whole expose on it in the offseason. Willie T said Detroit played dirty. That's what the 49ers has been doing. Man, I'm telling you. Appreciate all the love, you guys. Appreciate you rocking with me. I got to get off here so we can do this all over again tomorrow. It is Detroit, and they always play dirty. Man, they playing like them from them streets, man. They playing dirty. Aaron Glenn is that guy where everybody talking about Ben Johnson. For real. For real. Ben been doing his thing, man. Eagles play dirty, too. They tried to take Jordan Love out at the beginning of the season. But you know what? James Jones said something. James Jones said you actually need players like that on your team. He said not the whole team, but James Jones said you need players a couple of players on your team that play dirty. Play through the whistle. I mean, they get grimy. They do all the dirty work. He said you need a couple of players like that. Appreciate you, Jared. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. We got to stay with them facts. Appreciate your Purple Soul. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Subscribe. Let's go. Keep the lives coming. Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, we're going to keep this going, man. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably do Sunday, too. See how the day turned out. We'll talk about, the teams that won and how the Cowboys. Matter of fact, we'll talk about the teams that need to win tomorrow for the Cowboys to continue on the magical carpet ride to the playoffs. The Lions playing like the old school Pistons. Woo, boy, you better say it. Yes, sir, they are. The defensive player towards the joint. Why he was on the crowd. Appreciate you. Miss Pages, appreciate you. I love this channel with the long lives, but G probably tired. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to be back tomorrow, too. I'm going to go get some more stuff for tomorrow so we can talk after y'all watch some college football. So, again, appreciate y'all again. Until tomorrow, Lord willing. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.